You're live.
All right, good evening. Welcome to the November 19th City of Las Cruces Planning and Zoning Commission meeting. We'll go ahead and call this meeting to order. Looking for a motion to approve tonight's, looking for a motion to approve the minutes from the October 22nd Planning and Zoning meeting.
Mr. Chair, I make a motion to approve the minutes as presented.
I second.
Okay, this is on approval of the minutes from 10:22. Commissioner Thurston?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Commissioner Acosta?
Yes.
Commissioner Murray?
Yes.
And Chair.
Yes. All right, looking for a motion to approve the October 29th work session minutes.
I make a motion to approve October 29th P&Z work session minutes. I second.
Okay, this is for approval of the 10:29 minutes. Commissioner Thurston?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Commissioner Acosta?
I abstain.
Commissioner Murray?
Yes.
And Chair.
Yes. All right, is there any conflict of interest from any of the commissioners this evening? All right, hearing none. We will move to public participation. Is there anybody in the audience who wishes to speak on an item not related to the Realized Las Cruces Development Code? All right, seeing no hands, we'll come now to accepting the agenda tonight. We have one item that is the update to the Development Code, otherwise known as Realized Las Cruces. Can I get a motion to accept tonight's agenda?
Mr. Chair, I so move to approve tonight's agenda.
I
As
second.
presented.
This is on acceptance of the agenda as presented. Commissioner Thurston?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Commissioner Acosta?
Yes.
Commissioner Murray?
Yes.
And Chair.
Yes. All right, we will move right into the main event for this evening. I just want to kind of set the stage for folks in the audience. The way that this is going to play out tonight, we will hear a short presentation from staff on some of the updates that may have occurred since the work session and just a general overview of the update to the development code. And then we will immediately turn to public comment. So we'll open it up to those who wish to speak on this topic. And then at the end of that session, we will end with the Historic Preservation Committee. They wish to give a short presentation. And then we will conclude the public participation session with a presentation from the Home Builders Association, who wishes to speak on one topic within this update. And then we will turn to just discussion, open discussion amongst the commission. So we won't hold everybody hostage until midnight tonight, but you're welcome to stay. So with that, we'll turn it over to staff for a presentation.
Good evening, Mr. Chair and Commission. Sarah Gonzalez with Economic Development. Before you is the repealing of chapters 32 through 40 and replacing them with chapters 32 through 38 of the Las Cruces Municipal Code and adopting the zoning map as presented. To start the process off, we do want to, include that we have had multiple public outreach and input processes in place. Since this started in 2021, as far as Realize is concerned, we've had online portals where people can provide public comment, open houses, and then we've met with multiple stakeholders. Our technical advisory committee, began the process 2 years ago and went through the code and evaluated it. We've met with Home Builders Association, League of Women Voters, economic development agencies, realtors associations, and our engineering and design community to work through some of the modifications being presented. Lastly, we did hold the October 29th Planning and Zoning Commission work session to finalize some of the comments to move forward. Some of the advantages or benefits that were outlined throughout the process and through the public input that staff did receive included some of the site design elements, which increases the density on some of these properties, reduces lot widths and setbacks, so it makes it more of a community area where you can design multiple opportunities for housing. It increased maximum heights on development, so that way you have the ability to build up, and so that way sometimes you can actually increase your densities there when you have smaller lots. There's also street landscaping buffers and parking lot trees, and so a lot of times we see some of our parking lots that don't have the vegetation that's going to create these heat island effects, and so we're increasing the trees within these parking lots if they are to be developed. Some of the housing opportunities have increased to single-family homes, multifamily units, mobile homes, manufactured homes, patio homes, and townhouses. This is to address our missing middles, and so giving opportunities to all of our neighborhood districts to be able to develop each one of these types and provide to the community and their needs. We then go into our land uses that have been very susceptible to everyone is the accessory dwelling units. A lot of people either want to age in place or they want to have the casitas in the backyard to provide for maybe your youth that are going through college and maybe don't want to live in the house, or provide rental assistance. And so somebody can rent those properties out and actually help the people who are living on the properties. We've also increased some of the low-intensity commercial and office land uses throughout the neighborhood so that we would create these walkable communities. Because of what we saw through COVID and the pandemic, we also noticed that non-conforming properties are very hard to come into compliance in 1 year. So we've increased it to be a 2-year non-compliance. And so it gives that opportunity for redevelopment to actually take place and for people to have the time to redevelop properties and not be stigmatized to just 1 year. That comes down to cost and just actual viability. On our auto and bicycle parking, we have removed vehicle parking in urban areas, which is what it considered our infill area, mixed-use corridors, town centers, neighborhood centers, and we'd also include the industrial park, as that was also eliminated at the last council session. One of the requirements we have upped also is the replacement of your vehicle parking for 50% can become bicycle parking. So we encourage bicycle, pedestrian traffic, all modes of transportation to be done. So you can actually substitute instead of having to do parking lots when they're not necessary. Lastly, we go to some of our roadway cross sections. We understand that this will always be a moving target and a progress. We were able to maintain at least our current maximum width road, which is our 120-foot cross section, and still meet the needs of multimodal transportation. When we first started looking at some of these designs, we were way over 140 feet wide. We were going to create highways, and so we've worked through those challenges and came up with a cross section that's still going to meet the needs but not grow any larger than what we currently have now. To go into some of the chapters and how this was designed, we are removing essentially 32 through 40. 33 and 35 were not part of the scope of work when Friesen Nichols came on board to actually redevelop the code. And so these would be the development impact fees and your excavation and curb cuts. All the other chapters, design standards, signs, subdivision, zoning, all of those related to development standards were reworded or redesigned. So we are proposing the new chapters. Essentially 35 was excavation and curb cuts. That will now become chapter 32 in order to keep essentially realized chapters, which are 1 through 5, in order of 34 through 38. And so those are just going to be renumbered and replaced into those. We do work off of the Muni code, and so we have to renumber those in order to fit back into our model. So that's why they're just being renumbered. Everything that was reviewed will not be changed. All of that information will just be transferred over and renumbered into those chapters. Here's a zoning map that is presented that we want to move forward with as staff and represent for the city. As you can see at the entrance of the chambers, we have 2 larger profiles of the zoning map, and we do also encourage neighbors and the community members to go online. Realize Las Cruces still has an interactive map. This will tell you what your property is going to be zoned, and then you can reference that in the code to see if it's still something that's applicable to your area. There's a lot of parcels throughout the city limits of Las Cruces, and we try to capture everything as far as what the zone should be reflected based on the current land use, maybe what it's adjacent to, and then how to move forward. One of the options that we took place and did was creating the technical manual. And so a lot of our code chapters, that's why you see the elimination of essentially 2 chapters. This is going to be a technical manual that will be an ongoing process to ensure we are using best practices, meaning we want to be able to amend them and not have to go through city council's process, because that usually takes between 3 to 4 months. This will allow us to go ahead and make modifications as we see things coming in that are no longer going to be necessary or not needed, or maybe it's beneficial to the actual community. So essentially, your code is going to outline what is your requirement, and then the technical manual is going to say, how do you accomplish that requirement? This will go forward to City Council as a resolution. It does not require the Planning and Zoning Commission's approval, but staff is still in community development taking in comments. And so we still recommend that comments be provided so that we ensure we're going forward with the best draft that we can to City Council. To start off, to overview essentially what we did on October 29th, our Planning and Zoning work session, some of the questions came up of how does a transition period work, or how does some of these chapters come into play? So the transition period is going to be an 8-month grace period. You are allowed to use either the existing or the new code. You get the choice. If you choose to use the existing code, it does need to be submitted in writing, and then the submittal that you provide has to be approved within 1 year. There will be no extensions, because we do want to eventually move everybody into our new code. But you do have the opportunities. Staff will be tracking them as they come in, so that way we can be notifying applicants of their dues or their deadlines if they're going to get close to where they don't meet that requirement and have to resubmit. And then the codes cannot be combined. If you choose to take one or the other, you must follow one or the other code. We cannot combine them as part of the process. Some of the concepts that were brought up on Chapter 2, which is our historic preservation chapter, was a recommendation to have deconstruction added. Staff does agree with that. We do think that deconstruction can be a possible and viable way to restore some of our historic buildings or use some of those materials. It may not be a requirement, but it may be something that we look forward to in adding a definition and say this could be your best option. Let's utilize those things. As far as Sia Park, and I believe it was discussed as Rio Grande Valley, but it's actually Elephant Butte Irrigation Historic Districts. These are going to be districts that we have no problem prioritizing for 2025 to reach out to the districts, because we do want people to understand that they are part of a historic district. We need to define those boundaries. We need to do public outreach. We need to let them know what that means for those districts. Because of where we're at in this process, it's very difficult to go ahead and design and say, okay, these are now going to be your regulations and your requirements. But we do take into consideration that this should be part of our actual code, and these districts should be defined. One of the questions came up of community development director and their designees being defined. A lot of our positions here at the city are not defined because we do have reclassifications. We do have positions that may no longer exist, and so they're basically replaced with a different position. We don't define positions in codes, as the departments and their directors are required to provide the services for basically the community needs. And so you're going to hire staff that's going to meet those requirements. We leave it as the director or their designees because we don't know what changes are going to happen. If that position goes away, then that means we'd have to come back to council to modify that one section of code when we already have the resources through that being defined as your director or your designee. Some of the comments that were made through Chapter 3, which is going to be our zoning chapter, was to have urban areas reduced to build 2 lines on collectors and arterials and local streets. We did modify those to be reduced. So we did reduce at least the build 2 lines. We didn't remove them, but I believe they were at 25 and 15, and so they've been reduced down to 15 for arterials and then 10 for locals. There is also to add in the neighborhood community overlay or neighborhood center overlays, community buildings, facilities, personal services, art studios, and instructions. We believe those will be viable to that neighborhood and then actually make that center grow. So these are a lot of things that we as staff didn't identify, but we actually agree with and will move forward with that as a recommendation as well. Adding the note under the table so that way people are aware that in our urbans, our downtown centers, mixed-use corridors, no parking is required. Just to reiterate that it is not required, and that way we enhance the knowledge and the education for those who are not needed. Sober living homes allowed in NH2 and NH3 by right. These are going to be more of our R2s and R3s, our 4 zoning districts, and so they make sense to actually be allowed by right because they would not be those single-family residential neighborhoods that you would see. Group childcare homes, we did limit them to allowed by right in an NH3 because you do see that 12 or more children, it's feasible in an NH3 because those are usually located along arterials or collector right-of-ways. And so you're going to be able to include those traffic areas. You're going to be able to include them for the neighborhood uses as well. campgrounds allowed by right in OS1s, which is our open space. And so yes, they should be able to be available just like a golf club or a golf course would be available in an OS1. And lastly, it was a change from must to should be for consistency on carports. I know Commissioner Thurston brought up, how are we going to say that it's compatible? How do we know that we're going to be able to get them through the process and still not have to come forward through variances? And so we're going to be as close as we can be with should be compatible, but working with actual community members to get to the best product that they can provide. In Chapter 4, there really wasn't too many comments or discussions. This is going to be our subdivision chapter. And through there, the main concern was zoning map amendments and how someone would come forward if they were going to amend the map and then have to amend Elevate Las Cruces comprehensive plan. On page 257 of the actual code for zoning map amendments, it does outline that essentially City Council would be the defining factor if an amendment is required. And so the zoning map amendment would come in, we'd take in the application, staff would process it, the Planning and Zoning Commission would provide a recommendation. That recommendation may include to amend Elevate, saying that it's not really comparable. We see that it is, necessary, but maybe not comparable. And then that request goes to City Council. At that time, City Council will say this is minor, this may be adjacent to a land use that's already similar, and say that it may be required or not required. They also have the ability to just deny the zoning map request, which would be very similar to our zoning at this point in time. Last, there was a request to remove annexations where substantial development is not anticipated in master plans, because the idea would be is we're going to annex in property, we're going to see the substantial development, and then it was who was going to define substantial development. So we've removed that from the code. Our last chapter, which is going to lead into some of the access onto the property, it's going to be traffic impact analysis, this is going to be your roadways, and then your park design elements. There was a clarification, and Commissioner Thurston did bring this up as well, for rear alley access. And so yes, the way that you read it was correct. And so staff actually modified it to where it's going to be for lots that are 20 feet or less. It won't be for 40 feet or less, because that is our minimum standard lot size. And so that's not going to help or impact anybody if every lot is going to have to be required to provide alley access. So we've addressed that through the code. There was a request to add that all parking is, basically auto parking is required unless you're exempt, because it didn't actually call it out through the code, that you were exempt from the provisions of mixed-use corridor, town centers, your urban areas. We also reflected that minimum bike parking should be required in all zoning and overlay districts, as it was not outlined or clarified. Then there was a request to provide a minimum of 200 feet of continuous street frontage, and this is when you're looking at where a park is at. And so by removing the cul-de-sacs, because we don't disagree that a cul-de-sac will provide those connections, we also want to look at how much of that frontage is being available in order for it to be accessible as well. Lastly, it was to delete exercise stations, and with that, we actually implemented other improvements outlined by the Parks and Recs facilities, because we know that exercise facilities may not be on every trail system. Parks was a larger discussion from our meeting, and so we'll go over a little bit more of the slides to reiterate currently what's adopted in code and then what is being proposed through the adoption of the municipal code that's before you. Currently, land dedication is not required, nor is reimbursement. Generally, we see development agreements that come in place for reimbursement of agreed budgeted amounts, and so that is between the developer and the actual builders and the Parks and Rec department. Land donation has occurred, but generally it's through either an agreement, it's part of a plan unit development, or it's actually approved through ordinance. So sometimes council can put onto an area that they want to see a park and everybody has to donate to that park. The park impact fee question came up as far as, where the funding going. That's currently in the park impact fee funding. There is, for FY25, a budget for over $8.5 million. There's currently 4 neighborhood parks that are in the pipeline that are not budgeted for, that are going to be approximately $3.6 million. And then there's 5 planned community parks that are not budgeted, and those are $3 to $10 million each. And so that's where these park impact fees will be assessed to. Other park impact fee projects are going to be trails, sports parks, specialty parks, and then those are going to be budgeted at a later time. What the adoption of Chapter 38 is going to do is require a 3-acre park as a dedication. But in that, it's going to have alternatives that can be approved by the Parks and Rec Director. So this could be a specialty park that's less than 3 acres. That could be a combination of parkland trails and open space. So if you find something that's maybe 1.5, but you can extend and create the 3 acres, then those can be combined. Parkland that's going to be adjacent to developable vacant properties, that can also be expanded in the future. That means if there's available land that's going to be adjacent to a park and we can combine it, then we can go ahead and say, okay, this is going to be viable, and that becomes the acreage that's available. Smaller acreage that is adjacent to land can be purchased by the city in order to accommodate that as well. The payment in lieu of became a conversation because we don't want this to become the standard. This is supposed to be the alternative. We want to see the parks built and them actually developed. Payment in lieu is going to happen whenever you can never meet the standard or to meet those minimums. And so with these alternatives, it should provide more options to where payment in lieu of is not necessarily taking place as often. One of the other questions was the noxious plant list, or the plant list that's going to be maintained by staff. In discussing it, because the plant list does change, we're going to defer to just what's provided by NMED. So noxious plants will be the ones that are not able to be planted onto properties. If turf is available and you want to plant turf, you can plant turf. We're just going to the noxious plant list because that is updated based on New Mexico standards and what we actually see as going to be hazards or issues. Some of the examples that were requested were to look for parks that had 3-acre parks that were within a 1/4 mile radius. There are some examples from Albuquerque, and essentially they're a 10-mile walk. And so 90% of the people that live within the area are within a 10-minute walk to their neighborhood park. Other examples are Denver, Colorado, and then Plano, Texas. And so yes, these little neighborhood parks are going to provide to the communities that have them. The other portion is going to be some of the land that's not identified will be your industrial and commercial land. So you're not going to expect to see, and that's why the green highlights are not visible. So with that completes my small presentation of our overview of October 29th. And so Planning and Zoning Commission, your options tonight will be yes, this will recommend approving and repealing chapters 32 through 40 and replacing them with 32 through 38 and adopting the zoning map as it is presented. You vote no, this will retain the current Las Cruces Municipal Code chapters of 32 through 40 with no modifications. Vote to amend, this will allow you to provide any amendments that you would like to move forward to City Council for consideration. And then vote to table, this will postpone essentially this ordinance and then direct staff accordingly to move forward.
Great, thank you very much. So like I mentioned at the outset, we'll now turn to public comment. So can I get just a quick raise of hands of folks who wish to speak on this item tonight? I see a few. All right, so what we'll do something similar to October, the work session. We'll just start on this side, my left, and just pay attention to the people that are in front of you, and we'll just work our way through, and then we'll come over to the right, do the same thing. Just a reminder, the Historic Preservation and the Home Builders Association, we will save you guys for the end, so we'll let everybody else go first, and then we'll do Historic Preservation to give a presentation, and then the Home Builders, you'll conclude the public comment period with your presentation. So with that, we'll start here. And I should mention, I'll give everyone a minute and a half to speak, with the exception of the Historic Preservation and the Home Builders. And Lucky, I don't have to swear you in, so just please state your name for the record, and you may begin.
Okay, my name is John Holtzman. I'm a local resident and also the chair of the State Council of the New Mexico chapter of Dark Sky International. I made some comments at the last work session regarding the section in Realize on outdoor lighting, and I followed them up with some written comments, and I appreciate the staff response to those, which I received just yesterday morning. Unfortunately, they raise my level of concern about the proposed ordinance. So I fully believe that the implementation of responsible lighting practice has no downsides and significant upsides related to safety, security, human health, and wildlife, among others. Responsible lighting does not mean reducing lighting where it's needed. It just attempts to avoid putting light where and when it's not needed, and to control the color of the light to have less adverse impacts. The current draft, I think, needs to be improved in some fundamental ways. It needs to apply to all lighting, not just commercial lighting. The color of the light should be controlled for all lighting zones, not just some, and fixtures should be required to be shielded at a slightly higher level of standard than the current proposed. Since the ordinances only apply to new lightning, this wouldn't impact anything existing, just put us on a responsible path forward. Light pollution has been increasing worldwide at an alarming rate, and we need to stop the bleeding. Of all the issues we face, this one is actually easy. We can do this one without really pissing anyone off. I'd like to request that the Planning and Zoning Commission recommend a revisit of Section 5.9, motivated by and taking advantage of recent developments that I mentioned at the work session, things that were not previously available, the new ordinance passed by Albuquerque, and the release of a new model ordinance by Dark Sky International. I recognize this is a non-negligible ask, but I think the potential benefits to Las Cruces are substantial. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Chair, members of the commission, staff. Thank you for the opportunity to comment. My name is Beth Bardwell, and then tonight I'm speaking on behalf of the League of Women Voters of Southern New Mexico. I want to thank staff for their extensive work on reforming and updating the Land Development Code and zoning map in alignment with the city's comprehensive plan. The League of Women Voters of Southern New Mexico support many of the proposed site design housing option changes because they provide more variety and types of housing integrated into the community, helping to address the housing shortage in Las Cruces for affordable and attainable housing. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And we'll keep working our way towards the back. Anyone in the next row, next row? All right, anybody else on this side? All right, we'll come over to the right and we'll start in the front. Just please come forward. All right.
Troy Mitchell. So I come to you as a local developer with concerns regarding 3 sections, 5.5, 5.6, and 5.7. So our concerns as developers and builders, we've had 3 meetings with Parks and Rec trying to discuss issues of the parks sections and how the land's dedicated or the fee in lieu of. We're concerned with the how this correlates with the affordability of housing, which the presentation will be in a minute, kind of to show you how that'll directly affect residents in the neighborhoods in new developments. So specifically, I'd like to just kind of talk about the technical manual. The technical manuals were uploaded, I believe, 2 Fridays ago. So it's slightly concerning. It's another big document that we need to dig through. Those are some things that aren't quite complete. I do believe that these 3 sections I mentioned aren't quite complete as well. I think there's a lot more thought that needs to go in them in terms of how parks are built and funded. The new code needs to happen, and we as the New Mexico Construction Association or LCHBA want to give our stamp of approval. But these sections are slightly concerning to us, and we'll show you the financial repercussions potentially.
Thank you. Any? Yeah. Yes, I believe it was section 5-3, 5-6, and 5-7. Oh, 5.5. So 5.3, 5.5, 5.7? Just 5.5. 5, gotcha. All right, anybody else on this side of the room who wishes to speak?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Commission. Paul Pompeo, for the record. I just want to point out that just in looking through the technical documents, the last speaker just pointed out there are numerous holes in this and numerous inconsistencies that just need to be addressed. I'm not against the document at all. I've said it on the TAC committee. But if you look at Chapter 5 on page 352, there's reference to FEMA floodplains and things of that nature in the drainage section. But yet it's repeated on page 20, or I'm sorry, it's repeated on page 4 of the technical manual. So we have redundancy in these documents one is open for changing without council's permission. One is supposed to be able to change with, without. So there's just cleanup that has to happen. I'll give another just brief example. On page 15 under B4, under pond design, it says it has to double the benefit. That was something that was talked about, that we had talked about removing when we were talking about the TAC. Something else that needs to be addressed. There's also one other example on ponding. There's ponding where it talks about 72 hours draining, but in another area of the same code, it talks about 24. These are just issues that have to be cleaned up. And so, Mr. Chairman, what I'm asking you for tonight on the record is, when are these going to be looked at? When are they going to be revised? When is staff going to meet? And when are we going to do that? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Anybody else on this side of the room wishes to speak? All right, we will go now to the historic preservation. Folks, if they wish to make a presentation, you may come down.
I'm working on your.
And will 10 minutes be sufficient? Okay.
Good evening. For the record, my name is Dr. Judy Berryman, current chair of Historic Preservation Commission. I'll be referring to it as the HPC, and I will also be referring to Chapter 2 rather than Chapter 35 because I didn't have the current change. I would like to thank the chair for the opportunity for the Historic Preservation Commission to address concerns regarding Chapter 2 of Realize Las Cruces. I would also like to thank your commission, members of community development, the consultant, and concerned citizens for multiple dialogues that have resulted in the current document. Although beneficial changes have been made in Chapter 2, I will be addressing several critical issues that still need to be addressed. So I put up here the feeling that Realize Las Cruces, and the last point is that the plan also affects preservation efforts, which often is not mentioned. So as noted in Realize Las Cruces, historic preservation is an important component within this document. Much of the material found in Chapter 2 originated from Chapter 40, which was the Ordinance 2902. With its inception in 2019, Chapter 40 has been and is still a workable document. Its value is demonstrated with the transfer of the majority of the mandates and procedures into Realize Las Cruces. However, we believe work still needs to be done to reflect the original intent of the Historic Preservation Ordinance. As a commission, and I remind you, as long as Chapter 40 is still in effect, we are a commission. You are being asked to make a balanced, subjective decision on accepting revised development code. In order to meet the goals stated in Section 2.1, I'm asking the following changes be made. HBC to remain as a commission. The position of Historic Preservation Specialist should be reinstated into Chapter 2. There are changes that I would like to note in the glossary, and then as previously mentioned, there are additions that need to be due to the Legacy Zoning District. Before beginning this presentation, a petition signed by 181 Las Cruces citizens was handed to you earlier. The issues addressed in this position are twofold: that the HBC remain a commission and to reinstate the position of Historic Preservation Specialists. These individuals that have signed the petition have clearly shown their concern regarding the proposed changes that will be discussed. So the question is HBC a commission or are we a committee? The HBC is urging that the title and all references to the HBC be changed back to the original intent as a commission, as stated in Chapter 40. Chapter 2, it now says committee. The question that I would ask then, when is a committee a commission? My answer would simply be never. A commission refers to a body authorized by an ordinance or federal and state statutes to perform a particular function in local government. In this case, the Historic Preservation Commission was created by City Ordinance 2902. A commission has a quasi-judicial powers and enforces regulations, administers permits, and resolves disputes related to a specific jurisdiction. Why is this important? The difference between a committee and a commission is not one of semantics. The Historic Preservation Ordinance was adopted in 2019 with the passage of Chapter 40. In this document, the HPC was and still is designated as a commission, not a committee. In Section 2 of Realize Las Cruces, the duties and responsibilities of HPC are outlined, along with the process the applicant must follow if they want to appeal any HPC decision. In my belief, a committee does not have an appeal option. Recommendations made by a committee can be ignored. There is no appeal process. The HPC, as written, has an appeal process. The role of the HPC, I've listed some of the major roles. We gather information, we solicit testimony, we review the data, we perform fact findings to a standard review, and the decisions can be appealed. To me, that meets the definition of a commission. Examples of, and I've just put a few examples up here to emphasize that as we view it, the HPC is a commission and not a committee. The HPC provides design review in the city's historic overlay districts and reviews and recommends approval or denial of certificates of appropriateness. The HPC also manages and reviews the Las Cruces Register of Cultural Properties, consults with the city historic preservation specialist regarding ongoing inventories, research, and future plans. The second item that we would like to discuss is Historic Preservation Specialist, or an HPS. The specialist, that actual role has been deleted in Chapter 2 of Realize Las Cruces. Using Chapter 40 as a guide, the HPC is urging that the title and all references to a historic preservation specialist be reinstated. Chapter 40 clearly outlines the role of the HPS in supporting the citywide historic preservation and serving as a liaison to the Historic Preservation Commission. So terminology, as mentioned earlier by Sarah, I believe that they're willing to put in the verbiage that that position can either be appointed by a community director or the designee. The issue with this is that this is sort of a temporary fix. In terms is, why would we want to have that position reinstated? And why is this important? The historic specialist must meet qualifications under state and national preservation laws. The position of a specialist is not a generalist, and that's very important, that can be appointed as needed. It requires one with specialized training and experience. Again, this is not a case of semantics. A generalist or someone appointed as needed cannot fulfill the duties and obligations previously listed under Chapter 40 and reiterated in Chapter 2. As the term engineer, planner, or hydrologist carries specific meaning and training, the same holds true for the position of historic preservation specialist. So, regarding this position, Dr. Troy Ainsworth was the first and only specialist hired in the city of Las Cruces. Community Development has asked in several meetings that the HPC hold off doing several projects until a historic preservationist is hired. To me, this reconfirms that the work outlined in Section 2.2C should be conducted by a historic preservation specialist and not a designee. If this position is important enough to be filled, it should be clearly listed in the glossary, which is not there, and it should be within the document outlining job responsibilities. So I have a question regarding the glossaries. There needs to be a consistency within the glossaries, which it does not appear to be. The goal of the document was to have all the terms listed in Chapter 1. However, in Chapter 3, additional terms are listed that do not appear in Chapter 1. In Chapter 2, historic preservation is a very specific activity. I believe, like engineering, planning, or other disciplines, those terms unique to historic preservation should be also included into Chapter 2 to make sense and to have the community and staff look it over. So we've already mentioned the legacy zoning districts. My only comment is that if the time is now and if changes are being made, I would recommend that the 2 additional national registered districts be put into the legacy program and that future education could be conducted. My final statement, so our final statement is that we do have 4 requests. One is to ensure that the HBC is referred to as a commission. 2, that we reinstate the position of a historic specialist. 3, that the glossary becomes consistent, that we have the terms in Chapter 1, Chapter 2, and Chapter 3 to be consistent, and to add Mesilla Park and the Elephant Butte Irrigation District to the Legacy Section 3.2. So I thank you for your time and consideration. If there are any questions or clarification, I'd be more than happy to answer them.
Thank you. All right, and finally, we will go to the Home Builder Association. Is 10 minutes okay, or do you need a little bit more?
Maybe a little more.
Okay. We'll go with 13, and you can finish up if that's not enough.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm John Moscato. By way of disclaimer, I was a member of the Realize Las Cruces Technical Advisory Committee, but I'm not here this evening speaking on behalf of the committee. As you probably know, the committee met for a period of over 18 months, reviewed and commented on 400+ pages of new codes for development and zoning. If adopted as drafted, there are some changes from the existing codes to the new code that would result in increased cost of new development. And I'll focus on just a couple of those this evening. When the cost of development increases, those costs are passed on to home builders who pass on the cost to home buyers. I think we're all aware of the challenges facing affordable housing. It's not just affordable housing, which means housing for households of certain limited area median income, but those costs extend to attainable housing for middle-income households and even typical market rate housing for general public. Really, there are few areas of housing that are exempt from these increased costs that we've seen go so high over previous years. It even reaches multifamily development, which is an important component here locally. And I would ask if we can limit cost increases for new development and thereby limit cost increases for housing, why wouldn't we try to do that? Why wouldn't we address that positively in Realize Las Cruces? And I think what I'd like to present here is to show you how you can recommend limiting those costs to new development and therefore to housing. So the concept of houses being priced out or households being priced out of housing depends on how many people in a certain income level can afford housing. So neighborhood parks is a particular area of concern as far as increased development costs. Right now, generally speaking, the minimum is 2 acres. In cases where master plans, PUDs and such are approved, developers donate the land, developers build parks, and in all cases that I'm aware of, although maybe there are cases I'm not aware of, developers are reimbursed for the cost of parks. When developers are reimbursed for the cost of building the parks, which developers can typically do at a much lower cost than the city, if the city were to build those parks, there's no cost to pass along to builders. Development is a cost-based business. We look at costs, calculate a return on investment, and charge builders for lots, or the general public for lots, based on that cost. If there's no cost because the construction of parks is being reimbursed, then there's no cost to pass along to builders, no cost to pass along to buyers. Builders, though, pay the park impact fee, so the impact of new residents in the general community, especially for neighborhood parks, that's a cost that builders pay when they pull building permits, and then part of that collection of park impact fees is reimbursed to the developer when they build parks. Typically, the park impact fee collected for a development exceeds any reimbursement that's negotiated with parks. My experience has been somewhere between 30 and 70 or 80% of the total park impact fee to be collected in an area is reimbursable given documented costs of construction of the parks. Right now, the PIF fund balance exceeds $7 million, so there doesn't seem to be any shortage of PIF funds now, and there hasn't been for many, many years. What Realize, on the other hand, recommends is a minimum of 3-acre parks. I heard Sarah's presentation a few minutes ago. There might be negotiable sizes, and that's a good thing. Developers would donate the land. Again, my experience has been that's usually the way it's happened for at least master plans and PUDs. Developers would build the parks as a requirement, but there'd be no reimbursement at all. So as opposed to the status quo where there's reimbursement and therefore no cost to pass along to builders, to pass along to buyers, in this case, developers would charge builders for the parks. Builders would pass along that cost to buyers. Housing prices go up. Builders would still pay the park impact fee. Builders would pass along the park impact fee charge, and they would also pass along the cost of the parks, which they now bearing the cost of because developers aren't being reimbursed anymore. That leads to certain households being priced out of the housing market. We don't know what the PIF fund balance would be in the case of the Realize chapter as written, but certainly it would go up. It's $7 million now. Who knows how much more it would be. This chart shows you the history of the PIF fund. This is from a presentation that was given at the CIAC recently. Park impact fee revenue has been over $10 million. Expenditures, little under $7 million. Excess park impact fee revenue, almost $4 million. So, and those expenditures are not just reimbursements. Those expenditures could be costs for the East Mesa Regional Park and other things. So there's certainly an ability within what's collected in the form of park impact fees to reimburse developers and not have that cost be passed along to households buying homes. NAHB has conducted a few studies indicating how many households specifically in the Las Cruces metropolitan statistical area, would be priced out of homes for certain price increases. So a $2,000 home price increase, 172 households priced out in the metropolitan area, or in city limits, 86 households, because city limits roughly half the population of the metropolitan area as a whole. With a $3,000 price increase, 130 households priced out in Las Cruces, and $5,000 price increase, 216 households priced out. So those are households that simply won't have the ability to buy a home. And here's an overall chart. You can see we don't know right now what the price increase level will be, because as I'm sure you're aware, the new park impact fee won't be dealt with by council until middle of next year. So we're really operating in the dark. We don't know whether there's going to be an increase in the park impact fee from $2,600 to $5,600 or $6,600. I do know that the last time the current consultant who's working with parks recommended an increase, it was a doubling of the park impact fee. So I wouldn't be surprised if we're facing a significant increase in the park impact fee. So could it be 2,000, 3,000, 5,000? We don't know, but certainly there'll be a large number of area households priced out of the market. This is an interesting statistic from the U.S. Government Accountability Office. They found that a $100 increase in median rent was associated with a 9% increase in estimated homelessness rate. Right now, as the realized document is drafted, multifamily would be required to build parks, not be reimbursed, and have to pay the park impact fees, kind of a triple whammy. And in talking with a multifamily developer, typical 200, 250 unit complex, the increase cost when you combine those three factors, donating the land, building the park, paying the fee, it's about $1.5 million, which would raise rents close to that $100 threshold where homelessness would be increased. So there are a couple alternatives. Instead of not reimbursing developers for the cost of building parks, the city could continue the historical practice of reimbursing for that cost. We realize that there's still going to be a need for park impact fees to be spent in other than neighborhood parks, so the reimbursement could be limited to the lesser of the cost of park improvements or 50% of the PIF to be collected from the development in which the park is built. That would guarantee that at least 50% of the park impact fee to be collected from a neighborhood would not be going to that neighborhood park, but could be used by Parks Department for community parks, regional parks, other uses that they find. Also, looking at the impact on multifamily, reducing the PIF by at least 50% for multifamily. That's been the historical norm in the city, that if a multifamily development included certain recreational amenities as part of the project, that the PIF requirement would be reduced by half. As far as I know, that's been typically how things have operated for over a decade. Seems like that's coming to an end as well. And I think also to reduce the impact of increased costs, the elimination of the requirement for donating land, because why would a multifamily development, if it has recreational amenities as part of the project, also need to donate land for a 3-acre park. The other alternative is just to wait and hold the section on parks until after the new park impact fee is set in the middle or later part of next year. That way, everyone can proceed with eyes wide open. We'll know exactly what the impact of the cost increase would be to builders and home buyers, would know exactly how many households would be priced out. I heard at the work session that there's discussion about revisiting Realize after 8 months or a year to work out the kinks. That would be a good time to revisit the park section. I think it could be easily pulled out now. I think it could be justified because you don't know what the impact is going to be. You just don't know. There's no way of knowing. No one can predict what the impact fee is going to be increased to. And yep, the decision regarding reimbursement could be delayed, and reducing the PIF by 50% for multifamily, that could, I think that's a reasonable option to include in the revision. Thank you for your time. Hope that's been helpful and illuminating.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Okay, just real quick, last call. Anybody who wishes to speak this evening before we close public comment? I see one hand, possibly two. Okay. This is last chance, so.
Joe Ruprecht, as a citizen, unaffiliated with any individual group, although I do consult with several groups. I want to speak to 2 points regarding the historic preservation presentation that Dr. Berryman made. First is that I've spoken to a number of people who were involved in the original work to establish the Historic Preservation Commission that was voted into being in 2019. Including Dr. Deborah Dennis, who would be here to speak to that point tonight, but she's in North Carolina trying to mitigate storm damage. In that lead up to the Chapter 40 and the voting in of the Historic Preservation Commission, the original intent was to create a commission that could work side by side with P&Z and could be, in a sense, patterned after P&Z as far as how it handled itself and the authority that it had. And in a shorthand sense, a committee designation gets you a seat in the room. It doesn't necessarily get you a voice, and often committees in this city are overlooked for one reason or another. Being designated and recognized as a commission gets you not only a seat at the table, but also a vote and a voice. And those are significant differences. It is not simple semantics. And the second point I want to make, you might be wondering why the 2 historic designations that Dr. Berryman mentioned were not included in Chapter 40 in 2019. It was because, why they didn't exist at all is the problem. Elephant Butte Irrigation District is often overlooked, even though it's been nationally recognized since 1997. And the Mesilla Park Historic District was not formulated until 2016. And so asking for those to be in this document is not asking to correct a fault in some earlier version. It's asking to recognize what our current national designations in terms of historic preservation and the values of certain properties within the city limits. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, and I think there was one more gentleman. Yes, please come forward.
Steve Green, Commissioner, Board. I'd just like to just kind of go back over a few things and with John and what he had to say. And one is, you know, you guys have heard there's multiple inconsistencies, holes in different things, parts of this. We don't know the impact fees and we don't know a lot about the technical manuals. To me, I'm just asking you guys, let's pump the brakes for a second, get the information in front of everybody. To me, it doesn't seem right to vote or say anything to something if you don't know the full understanding of everything you are saying yes to. I think that's important to re-encourage that. And before voting on something, you should know that. The other thing was, we've asked staff multiple times about the character designations in Realize Las Cruces that goes with the new zoning. And if there are inconsistencies with that, how do we get the characteristic changed? We know we can change the zoning, but can you reassess the characteristics? This is hard to understand how that's going to be done. It's kind of been gray area, like, well, we'll handle that when it gets there. I just feel like until we get that written in stone, that shouldn't be approved or go any further. We need to know that understanding. That poses a problem later down the road, and it's always easy to kick that can down the road till you get to that part of the road. And then we're right back here. My understanding is it opens it up to community discussion, which giving everybody in the community too many bites at the apple can also be problematic too. So I think there just needs to be some more definition on that. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. All right, we'll go ahead and close public comment and come back to the commission. So I think the process here to try to be orderly and be able to move forward, we'll go chapter by chapter, in which case we can have a discussion. If there's any questions, clarification, anything on your mind, we can have that dialogue. Staff is here and available to answer questions. And then if there's any amendments that you wish to propose, we can do that at that time for that chapter. And then what we'll do is we will basically take a vote on the amendments. So if we all generally agree that these 5 amendments on this chapter are good, we can just package that all, make one vote, move to the next chapter. If of those 5 amendments, 1 or 2 of them there's some disagreement on, we'll have to vote on each one individually, and that will decide if it basically moves to the next stage, which would be city council. We'll try to be efficient, so the things that we agree on, we can package that all together so we're not having to vote a million different times this evening. So we'll do that chapter by chapter, and then at the very end, we'll take a final vote that basically says we agree, we're voting on everything that we just discussed this evening. Does that make sense?
I got a point of clarity.
Yes.
I need to clarify one thing. So the amendments that have already happened that staff has said, are those are already going to go forward as amendments that's going to city council? Correct. And then if P&Z has any additional amendments, then we will add those and those will go on to council. Is that my understanding?
Correct.
Thank you.
All right, so we will go ahead and...
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
May I interject one second? I do want to answer Mr. Green's question because we do have the public here, we do have the development community here. I think it is something that is important that we do address, and it gives that public time to understand. The question that was brought up as regards to the character area in a zoning change or a zoning map amendment. As part of that, each zone is going to be identified with the character area, so that is your zone. So if you are zoned NH1 suburban, that is your zoning district. You want to amend that to NH1, say urban, then you would bring in a zoning map amendment to city staff. They're going to process the application as that is your zone and your zone amendment request. That would move forward to city council to address whether Elevate would need to be amended or if the zoning map would just be approved, or the zoning map amendment. And so the zoning character areas are included within the zoning districts. And so there's nothing going to be different. So if you're an NH1 suburban, NH1 urban, and you want to modify the urban portion or your character area, that is part of your zone. So you would just come back and amend to, I want a zoning map amendment from NH1 urban to NH1 suburban. That is going to be a zoning map amendment. There's no request to amend elevate at that point in time. Staff would go through the process of essentially taking it to the Planning and Zoning Commission for recommendation to City Council. I do hope that clarifies, because I do think that is going to be an important movement as we move forward with these zoning districts and something being new.
So in your presentation though this evening, maybe I misunderstood. You had said that the zone change would be as normal. So you come before planning and zoning with a zone change, and then at that time, the Planning and Zoning Commission can add a recommendation to change the comprehensive plan place type. That's not what you just said, or am I mixing something up?
Mr. Chair, Sarek, for the record, what it's going to be is changing the entire zone. That place type is going to be included in those zoning districts already. So when you get a proposal coming before you for a recommendation, you are going to be changing that entire zone. NH1 urban is the zone. It's not going to be separated or disconnected. That is the actual zone of that area. And that's where the comprehensive plan will come in to say, does it match that character area? Is that, if we're gonna go NH1 suburban and we wanna make it urban, when we look at the comprehensive plan, does that match? Is that where we're gonna have to see that amendment take place? So your actual zone is going to have those character areas already outlined. So you will become NH1 urban, NH1 or NH2 suburban. They're going to be classified together. So you would just be bringing in a zone modification, because essentially what's tied to each one of those character areas is your design elements. And so each one gives you the opportunity to change your density, your setbacks, your actual development standards. And that's why those character areas are included as part of the zone, because that tells you how to regulate what your designs are.
Okay, that makes sense. And then that language, that'll all be spelled out in the draft that goes to City Council?
Mr. Chair, that will be correct, yes, and Commission. That will be provided. Right now, currently it says the zoning map process is in there, but all of the zoning designations will be labeled out as urban, suburban character, so that way we understand that all those districts are going to be available, and that is the actual zone.
Okay, thank you.
I'm not sure I 100% agree with that. If you go to page 88, well, my page 88, so I get it as she explained it there for a zoning district, and then it goes to a character area. So in the booklet for B, character-based zoning districts, I can agree with Sarah on the thought process behind it, right? And saying that the NH1 rural is the actual zoning, or NH1 urban or NH1 suburban is the actual zoning of there. I agree with that, because even when you go onto the interactive zoning map that we have, you'll click on the different areas and it'll still be NH1 rural, NH1. So, and within that, you do have your own classification. But the example that I have here on page B, on 88 basically says the character area. And so I do still think that there needs to be some type of a clarification of to the general public when you come in and want to just change the character. Even though it is, you're not, the way it's explained right now, that I get it, is that NH1 rural, it's the character, but that's also the zone of it. But it is a little confusing if someone's coming in and reading this document that there's a character, but I don't want to change the NH1 zone. I don't want to change NH1 to NH2. I just want to change the character. I just think there should be a little bit better of clarification of how that's spelt out in the process. I'm not necessarily disagreeing with the they are, the rural is its own zoning. I just think it needs to have a little bit more clarification in the book as to what the character and changing of a character, or whether it's simply a statement that is said NH1 rural is the zoning, or like an example, NH1 rural is the zone, NH1 suburban is the zone. Does that make, it just needs a little clarification is really all I'm saying. I'm not in disagreement of the theory.
Mr. Chair, Sarah Gonzalez for the record. We did notice that staff that did review after the P&Z work session did come up with, that was a concern as well. And so on the districts page, which is going to be page 87 of your booklet, it's going to be changed to be Neighborhood 1 Urban District. And so it's actually going to call it out as an actual district as a whole. Right now it only has NH1. And so we're going to modify that to where the actual character area is included. So now the district becomes NH1 Urban, and that's your full district. So that would be the zone change that you would move forward.
Okay, I think that can help out. Now, as far as wanting to change the actual character of it, or now if I want to change the zoning of it, which is changing the character, it has to be tied back to the, it's not realize Las Cruces, what's the elevate Las Cruces. So you have to still tie it back into elevate Las Cruces, because where we got these designations of rural, suburban, and others was from the map that was approved on elevate Las Cruces. And so you'll have two documents in the city that are, if you get a zone change from rural to suburban or rural to urban, you're going to have two documents that are not consistent with each other. Does that make sense? And so in order to have if elevate was passed, we still have to follow those rules because it was passed by the city. And so we're also going to have to make sure that the realize and elevate both match up. And so there does need to be some type of a clarification that it's not just a zone change. You literally are going to have a change to elevate for you to actually get a rural, suburban, or urban change. Does that, am I understanding that wrong?
Mr. Chair and Commission, basically if an area is already compatible with it, so if you're adjacent, just by say you are changing your NH suburban, right? Say you're in a suburban area and you want to do an urban model. If you're near or adjacent that, it may not require an amendment because it could be compatible. It could say this actually warrants an actual change or a look at to say that this is going to be compatible. If you're changing and wanting to go from urban to rural, there needs to be modifications. There's probably going to be, some evaluations. There's going to be looks as to why it's going to change from essentially when we're looking at our densities from 1 to 2 dwelling units per acre to a 40 dwelling unit per acre. And so there's going to have to be that justification. Some of the ways that we've modified that in code is by encouraging cluster development in rural areas, and so that way you can still get the density you wish to use as opposed to changing that character's area. And so those are going to be the modifications. And so not necessarily will elevate be amended every time that a zone change comes in. We currently use elevate as our guide whenever we bring zone changes to the Planning and Zoning Commission as well as City Council for adoption. Not all the times will it match or be compatible. There are areas that may be defined as commercial and we zone it industrial. We tend to see that. And so it's going to be how much is that change going to be modified from the plan that we need to reevaluate what modifications would need to actually take place. So it's not always a guarantee that it would be amended. It's based on where it's going to be located for that zoning map amendment to take place.
So from what I'm hearing, that they don't have to be the same they don't have to be coherent with each other, or is that not the right word? They don't have to be cohesive with each other. Is that,
I think
in certain cases, it's not going to be cohesive with each other. It's not going to be the same.
Yeah, and I think that's currently what it is. Because if you look at Elevate Las Cruces, there's many more sort of place types called out here than kind of show up on the map. And so I don't think it's as convoluted as we're making it out to be. Because there are more place types in Elevate than what are shown on the map, and it's really just comes down to, is the proposal consistent with the, the goals and objectives of Elevate, I think would be the determining factor.
Okay, so do we believe that we have everything in place then for someone to come and just change the character through a zoning, and then we should be just fine? Is that my understanding?
Mr. Chair and Commission, yes. Based on a zoning map amendment, staff would take you through that process, would outline essentially that process, because we're only modifying the zoning map. We're modifying the zone in which you are proposing, and that's going to come with the details and the actual information to move forward with.
All right, are we good to start back at the beginning on chapter 1? And I'm sure there might be other questions as we get back into this chapter, but we'll start with chapter 1. So this is the general provisions. I know there were some of us that weren't present for the work session. Are there any questions or issues on chapter 1? At the work session, this one was pretty straightforward for us, but give folks to look at their notes. All right, no, all right, not seeing any. So, did anybody have any proposed amendments they wanted to bring up for chapter 1? All right, then we will go ahead, and since there are no amendments, we won't take a vote, so we'll just go into chapter 2. This is historic preservation. I guess I can kick things off. I do have just a couple of questions for staff. So at the work session, you outlined basically that the process, and I guess to some extent the responsibilities of the Historic Preservation Commission, which it's now being called, that there were no changes. There were no proposed changes there. So I guess the question I have is if that's the case, if there's no changes in roles and responsibilities and obligations, why the change from a commission to a committee?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, Chris Favor, Community Development for the record. So under the current organization of municipal code, they are a reviewing and recommending body. That equates to a committee. A commission is a decision-making body such as yours. So having a commission that would have the ability to appeal to another commission doesn't fit within that structure.
Okay, so the way that it's outlined now is the process and roles, all of that stays the same. It's just allowing an appeals process to be more in line with, I guess, state law.
Sure, Chris Favor again, Mr. Chair. So yeah, anything that went through through HPC would then come to planning and zoning if there was an appeal for that. So nothing would be changing from what the current level of responsibility is now.
Okay. And then my second question is on the historic preservation specialist. Are there have we looked at any examples where that was, in other cities, where that position was specifically called out within their historic preservation ordinances? I tried to do a little bit of research last night, but that's definitely a rabbit hole that can go down, and I didn't get a whole lot of insight, so I'm just wondering if the city has explored that avenue, why the change here? If you could just kind of explain that a little bit more.
Sure, Mr. Chair, Chris Faber again. So it's more looking at not necessarily other communities outside New Mexico, but looking at what the requirements are from the state. And the state basically requires that you have a person that has those qualifications within your structure. There is no requirement that that specific position is mentioned in municipal code. So the city meets the standard by having that position on staff. The intent with some of the realignment across Muni Code through Realize is to, like Sarah stated before, take those positions out that could potentially change at any point in time and just reference them as a designee of the department level. So it's more to just make it less having to come back and amend if certain things change. HR department does a comp and class study from time to time, and if there's recommendations that would require changing throughout. So we're making this change across all departments throughout municipal code. So again, it wasn't so much what are other cities doing around the country, is more, are we making sure we're meeting the standard that's required by the state? And we are, by having that position on staff here at the city.
Okay, so then I guess to kind of tug on that string a little bit, so the community development director would then be required to identify the historic preservation specialist on staff as their designee, right? Because they're the qualified individual to carry out or execute certain tasks under the ordinance?
Mr. Chair, yes, that is correct. It would be up to each department director to make sure that they have staff appropriate for any certifications or requirements that may be, managed through their department, whether it's public works for engineering, whether it's HPC or historic preservation for community development. That would be up to the department director to make those calls on a staffing level.
Okay, and then at that point, then certain actions could not be completed if there was, let's just say the historic preservation specialist position was vacant for a year. The historic preservation committee would then not be able to execute their duties, or I guess the city wouldn't be able to execute the responsibilities of the historic preservation ordinance, or I guess chapter, because that position, they wouldn't have the qualified person to call the ball and strike.
Mr. Chair, not exactly. So the stipulation from the state is that you have someone that meets a variety, whether it's there's archaeology, there's architecture, there's planning, there's a wide variety of positions that qualify. Plus, you would have the ability to bring on a consultant to fill that role as well. So if you didn't have that specific person for whatever reason, there is flexibility to make sure that there is somebody on staff that can meet those requirements that the state has. So it's not even specifically tied to that one. There's a wide range of flexibility.
Okay, so go out to do an inventory or a survey. The person doing that would have to have whatever professional certifications in order for that survey inventory to be deemed complete.
Mr. Chair, potentially, yeah, I think the city would need to look and see what is the specific task that's being asked, and do we have staff currently to meet that in the event that there's an absence from that position, or could that be filled on a short-term contract basis through a consultant or some other temporary type employment? So there's ways depending on what the specific task would be.
Okay, thank you. Does anybody else have questions on historic preservation? Yeah, Commissioner Smith.
Regarding the historic preservation specialist, so currently there is not one on staff?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, yes, currently we are without, and we are going through the process to hire.
Okay, so has a position been flown, or you just, right now you're just working on the job description before you fly it?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, no, it has actually been posted. There are candidates and there are interviews lined up over the next couple of weeks to fill that position.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions, comments, concerns? All right. Any amendments that folks wish to propose on Chapter 2 before we move forward? All right. Seeing none, we will go ahead and move along to Chapter 3. All right, so this chapter is general or zoning regulations. So this is where all of our development standard, or not all of the development standards, but some of the use-based standards and the specific uses allowed within each zoning district. There are, I believe there are sections in here related to existing special zoning districts. Those are not part of this update. So like the downtown, I think, is one, university corridor. So those we are not addressing this evening. But anybody have questions, comments, concerns on this chapter?
I think I'm good with the suggestions that staff has changed from last meeting on Chapter 3, for me.
Yes, I echo that. I appreciate the changes that staff is implementing. I have a couple, I guess, well, actually a question maybe for staff on page, I think it's page 101. Let me get back to that. Yeah, page 101. In the table, figure 3-2-11, there's the building height min max, but then there's only 5 stories identified. Is that a min, a max, both?
Mr. Chair, Commission, the minimum should be actually removed, should be at a maximum of 5 stories, unless recommended otherwise.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's fine. Just wanted to clarify that because the way that's read now is everything would be 5 stories. Is that something that we need to actually make as a recommendation at this stage?
Mr. Chair, to put it on the record, I would recommend that it is, so that way
Okay.
we can have that documented as we have done all of our pre-meetings, all of the modifications we can up to this point, and since we are now at P&Z, I would recommend that it do be placed onto there.
Okay, so it's, it would be recommend remove the word men from building height. Feel free if you have questions or comments to jump in. I'm just going through my notes.
I have a question for staff. Last time we were talking about having a review time for this, because I think some of these little clarification errors, right, are still going to happen. Do we have something in here that's like in a year from now that it'll just be brought up and we're going to have, because we're going to, regardless how many times we go over this, but I like the suggestions that are here, but like, we're going to find another one that says, you know, min max, it's just an edit. Do we have something in place that's maybe 6 months from now or a year from now that's, hey, we're going to come back and just change the mess ups?
Mr. Chair and Commission, moving forward, staff has already designated that 8-month transition period to where we can identify anything and then bring forward any amendments that come forward. So it's going to be any of the minor typos or modifications that need to be clarified, as well as anything that we have noticed throughout the process creates either barriers or no longer makes sense whenever it actually gets implemented. That's a lot of times what takes place. So after that transition period, staff will be coming back with any amendments that are necessary.
So it'll be like 8 months from February if it passes.
That's the dream.
Okay, thank you.
Another, I think, question, this is again the same table on page 101. Yes, so the front build to line, we already, staff had agreed on page 92, 94, and 96 to reduce the build to lines, and I think also remove the required setback, front setback at least, correct?
Mr. Chair, the recommendation was to reduce them when we had the discussion on the October 29th work session. If it's to be reduced or to be removed, that would be an amendment made tonight.
Right, so I guess my question would be, is there a reason why staff didn't do the same change for the mixed use and town center overlay?
Mr. Chair, a lot of the recommendations that were made during the discussion is really what was focused on, and so that would have been a mistake. Basically, it wasn't brought up, and so it wasn't noticed, as that would also be something implemented.
Okay, so I guess the question is, does staff have a heartburn with that type of change? I mean, would there be a reason why we wouldn't want to make those consistent? Because I think it's basically the urban core, right? So it seems like we would want to align the mixed-use corridor and the town center. In the case of the front build-to line to be the same as those other zones. Would that?
Mr. Chair and Commission, I don't think that there's too much of a concern to mirror them. To eliminate them, though, because we do have a large area within the urban core, could produce more of an issue if we remove them as a whole. We do look at properties and where utilities are ran, a lot of times they're run through the front property lines. And so those may be the inconsistencies. And so reducing them, staff's recommendation was to reduce on local roadways down to 10 feet, and then on arterial roadways was to 15. That could be the same recommendation for this table as well.
Okay, so the front setback was not eliminated for page 92, 94, 96. That's what you're saying?
Mr. Chair, that is correct. As to the discussion, it was to reduce them, and so essentially, I believe they were at 15 and then reduced down to 10.
One question on the downtown, current downtown, are we 0 or do we have a setback?
Mr. Chair and Commission, it is at a 0 because a lot of the buildings that were developed in the downtown area are to the property lines. And so we had to evaluate that when that development code went forward. Most of the buildings are property line to property line, and so a lot of times any redevelopment ends up becoming an encroachment into city property. And so it was very difficult to align and say, okay, now the buildings need to be at 12 foot because we would be demoling all those buildings as they redeveloped.
So looking at the table on 94, we have a front setback in the urban, 15 feet on arterials, 12 feet on locals. But if we're reducing the build to line to 15 and 10, we immediately have a conflict on the local. We have a setback of 12, but you have to build to 10. That doesn't work. And then we have the setback and the build to line would be exactly the same. So that's why when I saw this comment, I was like, oh great, we're just gonna use build to lines instead of the setbacks in the urban area.
Mr. Chair, that is correct, yes. And that was identified through some of the processes, through additional staff noticing that those needed to be reversed because they were counteractive. And so yes, if it's P&Z's recommendation to just remove and only use the build to lines and then reduce the build to lines, that is an opportunity for this evening to recommend as a recommendation to council.
Mr. Chairman, I would highly recommend that.
Yeah, I would agree with that. So I think the recommendation would be, so on this piece of paper right here, this proposed amendments, chapter 3, number 1, page 101 is specifically referencing the mixed use and town center, but I think we want to say for eliminate the minimum front setbacks for mixed use town centers and all other urban place types. Would that cover everything?
Mr. Chair, you could identify it as any zoning district having urban associated with it, because a zoning district that's going to have urban could be essentially that district.
Okay, so we can simplify it to just eliminate minimum front setbacks for all urban place types. Including mixed use and town center. Use build to line consistent with the changes that staff has already made, so 15 and 10.
Just for clarification purpose, so any you're proposing that there's a 0 front setback on anything that's in urban characteristic.
Correct. So you can build anywhere within the front build to line. You can't build, your facade would have to be within that maximum distance.
Okay. I look at it and I'm saying, okay, mixed use, that's good. I mean, it gives more flexibility as a builder, as a developer, as other things like that. It gives you more flexibility, but there's a lot of uses in urban, right? You could still put a house in urban with no setback. So I'm fine with it, but I'm just saying there's no setback at all in urban.
Yeah, I think where I was coming from in the work session is that we had this dual things. We had a big setback, and then we also had this forced build to line. So it's like your setback could be 30 feet, but you had to build to something smaller than that. It just seemed like the two things were in conflict. So it's like, let's just pick one or the other.
So that would allow me, if I'm building in an urban area and I have townhomes, and then the townhomes go into a mixed use, you can keep the consistency along the frontage.
Yeah.
Okay.
I've got a few other things, but the remaining comments I have are on the specific land uses, the land use table. So before we jump over that, were there any other comments? All right. So the couple that I had on the specific land uses, this is number 3 on this list here under chapter 3, page 215. I recommend requiring a special use permit for all drive-throughs located in the urban place type, including the mixed use and town center zones. I believe that would be more consistent with trying to create this more urban fabric, walkable type of community as opposed to hey, we want those things, but then we're going to just allow everybody to build drive-throughs without having any additional consideration for the context. And the same thing would be for gas pumps, gas stations. So both drive-throughs, gas pumps, car-centric, I feel like need an extra layer of consideration there. So we don't have to discuss each of those right now, but just throwing that out there. And then the other, number 5 is requiring a special use permit for payday loans, check cashing, or bail bonds in the NH2, NH3, and CR zones. Number 6 is require a special use permit for car washes in the NH3 and CR zones. And then finally, page 221, require a special use permit for commercial parking lots or garages in the NH3, CR, and light industrial zones. So if anyone has consternation over any of those, feel free to chime in.
I'm still trying to gather my thoughts on the NH3. On your special uses for a car wash in NH3?
Correct, yeah.
And for staffs, NH3 is supposed to be our more commercial areas type of a deal, but we also have commercial in here, but it's also kind of mixed. Can you help explain that to me one more time?
Mr. Chair and Commission, NH3 is going to reflect more of your R4s, and then it's going to include your C1s and C2s. So your neighborhood commercials, big box stores that are going to be limited to 25,000 square feet or less, and then the commercial uses that are permitted within those. And NH3 is going to provide or I'm sorry, hold on, let me re-clarify that. So your R1s and your R1A, R1Bs, R2s are going to be simplified into your neighborhood districts. Then you go into essentially neighborhood 3s are going to be more of your office, O1s, O2s, and they're going to be your C1s and C2s because those are limiting the boxes. And so that's where you're going to see an NH3 as 25,000 square feet or less. When you get into a CR, that's where you see the commercial development of greater than a 25,000 square foot big box building. And so you're going to just see basically the size of buildings and capacity on properties because they may have larger acreage, but those are going to be your commercial zoned properties, and that's what CR is going to be considered. So we've eliminated and made NH3 your offices, your C1s, and your C2 because those were considered your neighborhood actual services or providers.
So currently NH3 is orange on here, and that would, the area that I'm looking at is on like Rinconada Boulevard where it ties into Sonoma Ranch. So like the Walmart and all the commercial development that's basically being done over there is classified as NH3.
Yes, Mr. Chair, that is correct. A lot of the development that took place out there is still vacant, and so it's going to have the potential of adding those commercial uses. And so it wasn't designated on Elevate Las Cruces Comprehensive Plan as a commercial zone district. And so that's why NH3 is still going to give it the option to provide commercial uses with that multifamily as a component.
And we do have some NH3, I believe, kind of down around off of Spruce, between Spruce and Hadley. And I believe there's even some kind of just north of downtown. So, I mean, you've got NH3 in highly urban areas that I just think again, we're kind of undercutting ourselves. It's not to say that you can't do it, it just requires an extra level of consideration to understand the context.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get my head wrapped around it before I'm going to say yeah to that. I don't have any other amendments or anything like that, but I do want to just touch on yours right here on your gas pumps. Fine with that, not the gas pumps, your payday loans, checking, cashing, bail bonds, NH2, NH3, and CR zones. I think the only one I'm going to disagree with is just the CR zones, because if it's commercial, I think we got to have some zones that allows multiple things in there. It's going to be next to the neighborhoods, but since it's actually has when I'm looking at this map here in all the red areas, I think that would probably be a better place for that than in the NH3s like you're suggesting there. Also for car washes, I think car washes are okay in a CR zone, but I would agree with you on an NH3 zone.
So what if on the car washes, we just made it the same as the drive-throughs, so no car washes in the urban place types?
It's theory in theory of planning of it, I get it. It's very hard for, in my opinion, on planning, when we have the future planning and I got raw land, right? I got raw land, I can come out here and I can plan and I can put the urban streets, I can put the urban, I get to start fresh, right? So not only in the urban areas do I should be able to also shrink the streets, right? And you're trying to really create, when we talk about urban and what's happening is, we're trying to shrink, we're trying to create pedestrian, we're trying to create bike friendly, we're trying to create that type of a deal, right? The mixed use, we have the offices down low, we have the people living on top, and so you're trying to really build, live, work, play in the same area. And so when we don't really have that in Las Cruces. So we have a downtown that's work and play, but there's no live space to it, right? And so I guess for planning specifically, yes, it makes sense to reduce that, but then in our areas that's like revitalizing downtown or revitalizing some other areas, it might be restrictive to areas that you still need that flexibility versus the raw land. Is it?
Yeah, no, I understand what you're saying. I think for this, it's specifically the use of a car wash. And I think what you were talking about of kind of the vision of kind of our urban core is, again, more walkable, more pedestrian friendly. And I just view these they are literally car centric. There's no other use. You can't walk through a car wash. Maybe you could. I don't know if they'd let you. Might be weird. But it's just fundamentally antithetical to that concept. So it's not saying you can't do it. You can still propose it. You got to go through an additional layer of, because as it's proposed right now, anyone can go into our downtown adjacent and put a car wash, put gas stations, put drive-throughs, and that's just more of the same. So I'm fine with number 6, changing it to just require special use permit for car washes in the urban place type and the mixed use in the town center zones. That works.
So, Mr. Chair, what if on the special use permit for car washes, we eliminate the NH3? tell me your thoughts behind keeping the NH3 on the special use car washes.
So I think basically that's already a special use permit for the NH2 zone. Let me double check, page 221. Yeah, so it's already a special use permit for the NH2, so it would just be the NH3. Did that answer your question? Okay.
Thank you. Let me do a little research on my side.
So while we're kind of pondering, it sounds like, just so that we can kind of move things along, we're good with the changes to number 1, the change to number 2, which is just remove the word men from building height on page 101. We're good with number 3. We're good with number 4. That sound right?
Okay, Mr. Chair, just one more question on the special use permit for car wash. Maybe this is a question for Sarah. I still don't understand why we're putting in car washes in with big box establishments. That doesn't make sense to me. A car wash is totally different than a big box that we would require the NH3.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Acosta, the reason why it's not necessary that it's looped into a big box. As we continue to raise, the bigger boxes are going to be in the commercial zone districts. When we look at an NH3, we're looking at any of the zoning designations that's going to be generally located on collector or higher roadways. And so as part of the car wash stipulation under the standards, it does say in order for a car wash to go into an NH3 zone, it does have to be located on a collector or higher. We're doing that just because we understand that traffic components come into play when we start looking at specific land uses and what they can derail. And so we don't want to necessarily say they're going to be permitted in an NH3 on a local roadway, because those are going to be your general services and that you want to provide to the community if an NH3 is provided. But we do want to say that if it's located, say, if you're looking at Loman Avenue, some of that area where Mr. Car Wash just went in by the neighborhood Walmart, that is going to be considered an NH3 district. And so by looking at that, it has 2 roadways that can supply the traffic that's going to go through there. But if that was located in the middle of a residential neighborhood, it would not be permitted because those are local roadways. And so it's still giving a stipulation of it doesn't require a special use permit. It's only allowed by right when it's near a designated roadway classification that can handle the traffic that comes with it.
So basically, you're restricting those in a major growth corridors, right? Which makes no sense to me still. I'm not understanding that. Because you're restricting, what I'm hearing is that you want to restrict those to a major growth corridors. Am I hearing that correctly? That's where I'm not understanding, where it makes no sense to me.
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Acosta, I'm trying to understand how to. So with an NH3, it's going to provide all of your neighborhood services still. In our office 1s and 2s that we took from an NH3 and our C1s and C2s, there was a limitation of essentially a 9,500 square foot building was your maximum capacity in those areas. And so with that, they've increased them to be where there's more viability on them, and certain land uses were conditioned. So not all land uses will be conditioned. So we still want the neighborhood services to be provided to the neighborhood. So you may still see an NH3 within neighborhoods. But there's certain land uses that come with different triggers or requirements as far as maybe traffic concerns, where if you're on a local street, you put a car wash next to a house, you're going to see a lot more generation of possibly residential movement on a local roadway that can't have that capacity. And so the limitations for land uses were broadened, so it's a lot more, you're able to do a lot more in each one of these land uses, but we've also designated in some land uses that there has to be restrictions of where the roadways are classified. I don't know if that answers your question.
All right, so there's a couple things we can do. We can kind of go through the list here, unless anyone wants to add anything to it. Maybe just do a quick check-in to make sure that we can, the things we're good with, we can group so we don't have to do one vote at a time. And then if there's any issues where some people aren't quite comfortable, we can take a vote on that particular one. So again, it sounded like, and correct me if I'm wrong, 1, 2, 3, and 4 we're all comfortable with. All right. I'm going to, well, number 5, Commissioner Thurston, I think you had a question, or I guess your suggestion was to remove the CR zone from the amendment. So it would just read a special use permit for the payday loans, check cashing bail bonds in the NH2 and NH3.
That's correct.
Okay. And are we, looks like we're generally good with that, so we'll make that change. And then number 6, if we made the change, instead of require special use permit for car washes in the NH3 and CR zones, it's require special use permit for car washes in the urban place type, mixed use, and town center, which would basically match what we did for numbers 3 and 4.
I would go with that. I think it's better than taking off the NH3, definitely. I think it lines up better.
Okay. So we will make that change, and then we're in agreement there. And then I didn't hear anything on number 7, so I'm assuming that there's agreement there as well.
Explain that one to me real quick on the commercial. When it's required a special use permit for commercial parking lots or garages in the NH3, CR, or LI zones. So when you have a commercial parking lot, are you meaning like a designated commercial parking lot or a parking lot that services the actual building there?
My understanding is that this would be standalone, correct?
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Thurston, yes, that is correct. This would be a standalone parking, like if you just had a parking lot or a parking garage, if you did a 5-story parking garage. This is no building, no ancillary structures.
Okay, thank you. That helps me out. I just didn't want, when I said commercial parking lots, I was hoping it was being a standalone, because we're, as much as we want to get to the urban side of things, we're still such a car-dependent place, and so I just didn't want us to shoot ourselves in the foot there a little too early.
Yep, and this is just changing it from by right to special use permit. So again, just allowing an extra layer of evaluation.
I'm good with that one then.
Okay. All right, so it looks like we're in agreement then, so we can just go ahead and vote on all 7 amendments. So looking for a motion to approve, and just to clarify, these are amendments that will go to council. They'll have an opportunity to debate and discuss them. So looking for a motion to approve the 7 amendments for Chapter 3.
So moved. I make a motion to approve all 7 amendments as presented.
I
I second.
So this is for the 7 amendments for Chapter 3. Commissioner Thurston?
Yes.
Okay. Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Commissioner Acosta?
Yes.
Commissioner Porter,
Yes.
Commissioner Murray,
Yes.
and Chair.
Yes. Okay, moving on to chapter 4. So this is the subdivision regulations. This mostly just dictates the process of how you go and subdivide things. If I recall correctly, there was some discussion maybe at the work session, but I think it was generally pretty light. So I'll open it up if folks have questions or comments. And I'll just note, I believe staff had a few changes, or there was at least one. I don't know if that's up on the slide. Yeah, so I appreciate that. I agree with those changes, so thank you for that. Any questions, anything to discuss here? Chapter 4. All right, seeing shaking heads. I don't have any amendments, so unless someone else does, we currently don't have any amendments proposed for this section. So we'll go ahead and move on to chapter 5. This one I think is going to be, there's going to be some discussion, so I suggest we take a 5-minute restroom break, and we can reconvene at 8:06. All right, are we ready to rock and roll? All right, we'll go ahead and get this rolling again. If we can have our excellent staff come back. They're fearless leaders. We're just lost in the forest without them. So we will go ahead and get started again. I think there's going to be a lot to unpack for Chapter 5. I know the home builders obviously made their presentation earlier, which we may have some comments on or some questions. But I think maybe in the interest of trying to stay on track, we can go section by section of Chapter 5. But before we do that, I think, and I don't know if this is a good idea or a bad idea, so you tell me if it's going to go haywire. The technical manual is something that I think we all have a lot of questions and comments on. My understanding from staff is that the technical manual this evening is not necessarily something that we're voting on, correct? That is for council. We can certainly provide our feedback, but the technical manual, we're not giving it an up or down vote this evening. So is that correct, staff?
Mr. Chair, that would be correct, yes. Because P&Z does not require that vote, it does not require to go to City Council with P&Z's recommendation.
So with that, I'm thinking that we can maybe provide some initial feedback. I don't want us to spend 3 hours on the technical manual this evening, even though I think it probably needs 3 hours. So maybe we do that. We can provide some feedback on the technical manual. We can kind of have a discussion there, and then we can kind of come back and start at the beginning of Chapter 5. Since there is a lot of overlap, I think hopefully it won't distract us too much, but that's just the thought that I'm having. Does that sound good?
Yeah, so you want to go over the technical manual first and then start with 5.1?
Yeah, I think if we can just try not to get too lost in the weeds in the technical manual, provide some high-level feedback, but since we're not voting on it, I don't think we need to. We could certainly spend 3 hours, but I don't think we need to do that this evening.
Mr. Chair, if I can interject real quick, because it's not on the agenda, it cannot be a topic that you guys discuss. You can provide comments individually to staff, but it cannot be a discussion item for the commission at this time.
Okay, understood. Well, then that answers that question. All right, so we'll get into Chapter 5.
Can I ask one question on the
Yes.
technical manual? Just what is the process that the city council, what's the process of that getting approved is all I'm asking.
Mr. Chair and Commission, the process of it getting approved is staff will compile all of the comments that are provided. Being that we did hear from public comment that was provided from Mr. Pompeo, those considerations do need to be taken to, as to taking those comments, providing them back to City Council as their consideration when it does go forward as a resolution. The idea with the technical manual, though, is because it is not code affiliated, it is not being adopted through ordinance, Those changes can be modified as we continue to go through the process. So we wouldn't have to wait months to actually go. And so a lot of the comments we want to see now is that general feedback to see where improvements need to be made before we go to City Council in February. That way we can address some of those concerns and have those highlighted. After February, then that would continue to go through the Development Review Committee to be reviewed and modified as they're necessary. And so once again, once those are implemented, if this isn't the best practice, then we would go to the Development Review Committee for review. Make those changes. It is a public and open forum, and so it does allow for public input to take place. That way everybody understands what changes are coming forward.
So if the public has any comment on the technical manuals, they need to do it from now till it goes to the city? Is that what I'm understanding?
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Thurston, that is correct, because City Council would still take any comments during the representation of when we bring it forward in February. We know that this just came out. It is something new. It has been used, it has been vetted through some of the development communities, but it's now the final version of the document and definitely needs that review. And so recommendation is to provide as many comments to staff that we can review before that time frame.
Thank you.
Staff, I do have additional questions on that. Will you be sending that out to the public so they're aware that they have this time period? Apparently, just based on some of our comments today from our public, numerous holes and inconsistency with this technical document. So will you be sending reminders out to the public to give them that opportunity to give you feedback up until February so you have all the facts?
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Acosta, as part of that vetting process, we did actually, or I did 2 weeks ago, actually send out an email to everybody, especially in the development community who utilizes it, and said, please provide comments. Here's a technical manual, we understand. We can go ahead and do a follow-up, as well as doing probably a city notice to where it does come out on either our Facebook page, give people the identities so that way they can associate there is a time frame that we do need these comments, so that way we can actually have answers when council does come forward. The last thing we want to do is present and then have to still be answering questions and it doesn't get adopted. The technical manual at first was going to be adopted after the chapters being modified, but we wanted them to coexist because they do go hand in hand. And so those just came as part of those pitfalls that come with development code and rewriting. And so we do want to see those comments and get them addressed before we do go to council.
Very well, thank you. And I think that's really good that we're doing that follow-up. Or at least we're showing up our due diligence in a follow-up form. Thank you.
All right, so going into chapter 5, section 5.1, those are just general provisions. I'm going to make an assumption there's no comments on there, but if anyone has comments on that first page, all right, seeing none, we'll move into section 5-2. So this is roads, right-of-way, and parking. Open it up for any comments, feedback, suggested changes.
I don't have anything on 5-2. I think this is going to be one of those chapters that in 8 months we're going to have a lot of questions on.
I have a lot of questions now. I can kind of jump in. So this is basically cross sections. On this handout that we have from staff, I think I didn't do a good job of breaking it out section by section, so I'll try to do this systematically. So the first 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 are related to 5.2. I'll just go through them real briefly and you chime in if you have questions or feedback. So the first one is page 301. This is just this is section A, the purpose. Just recommending that we replace the word should with shall. So the sentence reads, in all transportation decisions, safety shall be prioritized to ensure the well-being and protection of every individual traveling within the city, regardless of mode of travel. Page 303. This is in the figure 5-2-1 under travel lane, recommending to amend the second sentence that currently states, for roadways with low travel speeds, a travel lane may also be used as a shared lane to allow bicyclists to share the lane with vehicles. My recommendation is we amend that to say, for roadways with low travel speeds, a travel lane may only be used as a shared lane in combination with other traffic calming measures to allow bicyclists to share the lane with vehicles. Rationale behind that is just painting one of those little sharrows is proven to have no safety benefit for cyclists. So suggesting that that is in combination with other traffic calming and safety measures. This is page 303 still. This is under the parking row, I guess. Amend the sentence that says, when parking is placed adjacent to a bikeway, the bikeway shall be placed on the street side of the parking lane unless an alternative design is approved by the DRC. Recommend changing that to say, when parking is placed adjacent to a bikeway, the bikeway shall be placed on the curb side of the parking lane unless an alternative design is approved by the DRC. The reason being is there's less risk of being doored, a driver opening your door or their door while you're riding your bike. Not a fun experience. It also adds a layer of protection. The fact that cars are physically parked between you and traveling motorists, that is in itself a protective barrier. So just making that recommendation that we just flip the two would significantly improve improve protection for cyclists.
Can you help
yes.
me? Can you help me on your clarification on that one? I'm trying to look at the designs here on collectors and minor arterials. Where would that be changing? Would that be changing only on like an avenue street, or would that be on a local street? Where would that be applicable?
So I don't think they actually have a cross section for it. There is no cross section, but basically it would be if you had. So normally what we would see is you have your sidewalk, maybe a landscape strip, your curb, and then everybody parks on the curb, right? And then you have a bike lane, and then maybe you have some paint that separates the bike lane from your travel lane. That's how we would normally do it. What I'm suggesting is you reverse that. So you go sidewalk, any landscaping or no landscaping, curb, bike lane, buffer, parking, then travel lane. So as a cyclist, you're up against the curb. The buffer would prevent a passenger from opening their door into you, and then you get the added benefit of having a 2-ton hunk of steel protecting you from a driver. They'd have to come through that car before they get to you. It just provides a whole new level of comfort for cyclists.
So what would you use as the... I'm trying to envision that. When you park your car, are you going to double curb it?
So there's a number of ways that you can go about it. It would be dictated on the rest of the right-of-way and how much room you have. You can do flex posts to delineate so cars can't inadvertently park up against the curb, right, in the bike lane. You can use planters. You can use other, concrete bores. You could even do a full-blown second curb and gutter. It's just up to what the context of the roadway, but you would get the benefit of having that car protecting you when it's parked there versus what it would be now where you are at risk of getting doored, and your only recourse is to go into traffic to avoid that door. And you're making a split-second decision. You don't have time to see if there's a car behind you. It just presents it basically presents a conflict that can be eliminated by just switching them. Going on to, I think it was number 4. So this is the bikeway. My recommendation is to require physical barriers within the 3-foot buffer unless alternative designs are approved by the DRC. Right now, they have it flipped where physical barriers are more or less optional. Again, there's just the idea that paint doesn't really add any protection per se. And this just basically sets the bar at the safest option. And if there's a need to deviate from that, you have the relief through the DRC. Continuing on to number 5, this is the bike plus travel. Recommend revising, make sure I'm getting this right. Yeah, so there's a couple of sentences, but really all they're saying currently is that sharrows would be allowed on local streets. So this is the bike plus travel. My recommendation is just making sure that those sharrows are not approved unless accompanied by other traffic calming measures. So the same thing we talked about on the first one.
So I have a question. Oh.
I just have a go back on number 4 as far as the physical barriers. I'm trying to envision what type of physical barrier would be created within that 3-foot buffer.
So again, it could be a number of things. I mean, it could be flex posts, it could be bollards, it could be jersey barriers is an example of kind of a quick fix solution. Could be, again, a separate curb and gutter. But it's basically just keeping, a car would have to run into something before it gets to you as a cyclist. And it also adds some additional visibility to the roadway that sort of slows drivers down because there's suddenly something that you can run into.
For staff, do you guys have a picture? Kind of being serious.
I mean, I can pull one up for you.
If you can, because so I followed a lot of the bike stuffs, and there's like a YouTube guy that I follow, and it's not just bikes, and he does a lot of the suggestions that you're saying right now of getting the bike lanes separate from the cars, which in urban settings, or not even have to be urban settings, but if you're actually riding a bike, it incentivizes people to actually ride a bike if you do some of the calming measures that you're saying, because you're not scared to get run over. And so I think you would get more people on a bike, but I just got to understand what my mind is picturing versus what we're saying is going to happen.
Steve Bingham, Parks and Recreation Director. I'm just going to point out a bunch of Google images. Here is one where you have paint, but it's reinforced with this physical barrier, okay? There's one where they may do planters occasionally. There's another option. There's another option. So there's just ways of creating some type of physical barrier. Is that helpful?
That's exactly what I'm talking about. Yeah. So it's not prescribing what exactly they're using. It's just saying there needs to be something other than just paint. If we're really serious about safety and protecting cyclists, I mean, paint has a purpose, but when it's just you can go out on Madrid, we've got a little 3-foot paint that looks like a second bike lane. I mean, it's not even going to slow down, right? So that's just what I think we need to just set the bar, the expectation of the safest approach, and then if for whatever reason you need relief because the site is, you have the DRC to go make your case.
So this, if I'm coming over here to principal, let me just go over here. Principal arterials, page 304, that one has a bike lane in it with a 9-foot. Minor arterials, collectors would all require a buffer on all new roads. Is that correct?
Correct. So yeah, so the bikeway that it's defined here is would be found primarily on the principal and minor arterials. So it would apply to those designated roadways.
So what is that going to do to the, now this is for staff, what's that going to do to the city with that change when we have new development tying into old development? Is that going to make us have to redo the whole city and start adding those into the older parts of town? What would your suggestion in that be?
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Thurston, the idea would be is that we want to move forward with going to multimodal. And so if these are some of the recommendations, and the new cross sections are what we're going to implement, and then we would be working to transition those existing roadways into the same format. And so we're going to be following more of what we're developing new, so that way we can start that transition. So we're now including those those as whether they're CIP projects or they're coming back and being redeveloped, so that way they include all of those multimodal. That's why we try to be consistent with the actual roadway width, so that way we would have something to compare to and then be able to go ahead and redevelop at the time that we can.
Thank you. I personally have rode my bike a couple of times throughout the city, and I like the suggestion, because when I rode and I had my daughter on the back, it was a little electric bike, and the city right now does not have bike-friendly roads. It just does not. And so we rode from our house all the way to the Veterans Park, and there was a couple of spots there that I told my daughter to turn around and say, hey, tell me if a car's coming. So I do like this idea of having it changed. I just trying to figure out how we go from new to existing and making sure those transitions happen. That was my main concern of it.
Just a little comment for you, Commissioner Thurston. I spent some time in New York City last year, and I had previously lived there for 8 years, and I was pleasantly surprised how many roads and streets they actually converted for bike traffic. A lot of it, you showed some example from Google, but they had actually used just physical barriers. They put potted plant containers. They even put some of the plastic posts and paint. And I mean, this is New York City, so they're not building new roads there. So they did do a lot of converting, and I was pretty impressed by how they made it happen on some of those principal roads, and just particularly in Manhattan. So it can be done.
So just continuing on, so number 6, this would apply across all cross sections, but recommend that travel lanes shall not be wider than 11 feet across for any travel lane in any cross section. That is actually a half a foot larger than what is recommended in the active transportation plan, and is actually consistent with, I believe, Doña Ana County's development standards. So that's a recommendation there. There's also numerous studies out there and decades of research that show that 11 feet is, when you compare it to a standard 12-foot lane, which I think is primarily what we have in the city, that 11 feet dramatically reduces crash rates and serious injury among all road users, drivers, pedestrians, cyclists. So that's a recommendation that all travel lanes shall not be wider than 11 feet across. And I think if you look at the cross sections, we hit it almost everywhere. There's a few that are still stragglers on the 12-foot, but I think we just make it standard 11 feet across all of them.
So that would change the collector where it says 12. This one would need to be updated, and when you have your bus, when you have that one would need to be changed down to 11 feet. So your principal arterial where you have the bus on here, and then also your minor arterial on where you have a 12-foot on that one, collector at 12. And let me look at the other page. That would be it. You'd only be removing 1 foot off of those two. Is that correct?
Correct. Yeah. So everywhere there's a 12, it'd be reduced to 11. And then moving on to number 7. So this is for the local street cross section. This is on page 306. Recommendation is to remove one side of parking as far as the total asphalt width. So right now, it's a 50-foot right-of-way. That wouldn't change, but the way that they have it broken out is you basically have an 8-foot parking lane, an 11-foot travel lane, and then an 11-foot travel lane in the opposite direction, and an 8-foot parking. At least in my neighborhood, and I know in many other neighborhoods across the city, people don't really park on the street. So you're basically introducing almost a 20-foot travel lane or more if there's only one car, and that is a recipe for excessive speeds, even in a local street. We can classify it all we want, but if it still ends up being a racetrack from the driver's perspective, that's exactly how they're going to drive. My recommendation would be that there's plenty of room if you shrunk that down to basically be 22 and 30 feet of asphalt. You can still park on either side. Traffic can still get through, and it's gonna create its own traffic calming when those situations occur. So I just think that the overall right-of-way stays the same. We're just shrinking the amount of asphalt on our local roads in our neighborhoods.
And that's gonna happen by removing one side of parking?
That's correct. You can still park on either side. So it's not saying, oh, well, you can now only park on the right or the left. You can park on either side, and basically it creates almost like what do they call it in the design manual?
It's almost like a natural calming,
Yeah.
traffic calming. It reduces your speedways and basically through local neighborhoods.
Yeah, because you go from, oh, I'm driving 30 miles an hour down my local street to, hey, maybe I need to slow down because there's a car that's maybe just a little too close to my side mirror. You have plenty of room to get through. It's a natural calming effect, slows traffic down.
It's not working on Melindres.
The other positive to a smaller local streets is the impact it has on cities long-term. So I know one of the things that I hear from city staff, now you're gonna have to correct me if I'm lying up here, but residential areas don't collect enough taxes to basically take care of the streets, utilities, and everything like that. And so by being able to, they love urban areas, they love commercial areas because you get enough tax off of those to maintain your roads. But when you go out, and that's why they don't want the urban sprawl and other things like that, because it does cause the city to have to pay more money to maintain things. And so if it is a narrower street, it is less money for the city to maintain long-term. Is that a fair statement to say, staff? That's my interpretation.
I think that was an affirmative. David, do you want to respond to that?
Good evening, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Thurston, David Seville, Public Works Director for the record. So although you are reducing, say, 8 feet of asphalt, as that goes through new development, we still have existing development. So those costs for new development may not cost as much in the future, but our existing systems that we have to maintain currently, those will not see a reduction in cost. So overall, it'll be minimal on the reduction of cost to maintain.
But going forward, you will have a savings.
Minimal, yes.
Yeah.
But we still have, our need still outgrows the amount of funding that we have.
So I think that does, well, in my opinion, that still, it does show that roads is a cost, that's an ongoing cost, that it's tough to keep up with them. And your maintenance, it's tough to keep up. I think there are funds in place, there's tax dollars in place that does do it, but I like the savings to the city sometimes.
Thank you.
All right. Number 8 is just a general statement that actually comes straight out of the active transportation plan as a recommendation. And that's just recommending that road and intersection design shall follow the NACTO Urban Street Design Guide and the Urban Bikeway Design Guide. There's a bunch of guides that get thrown around in this section. These are, well, at least one of them is called out, but I think specifically just saying, hey, we're using the NACTO guides because those have been determined to be the most flexible to meet multimodal transportation needs as well as improved safety. So my recommendation would be following with the recommendation in the active transportation plan that we just simplify it. It's NACTO and the urban street guide and the urban bikeway design guide, and that would be for road and intersection designs across the city. And that would be new and existing when existing intersections are rebuilt. And then the last two are kind of related. These are, well, number 9 is specifically to the TIA section. This is page 324. It's just recommending an additional trigger for under the special circumstances. So this is section 5-2G3D, again, page 324. So it basically, this section allows the Public Works Director to require a TIA if there's any of these special circumstances. And my recommendation would be to add this additional circumstance that states the city engineer may require an applicant to conduct a TIA if there is a reasonable expectation that the project may adversely affect pedestrian and cyclist safety within the study area. In other words, just giving an additional avenue for safety design to be evaluated so that we're not inadvertently building something because a TIA said we need to do this and we're introducing conflict to cyclists or pedestrians in a hazardous manner.
Mr. Chair, can we ask staff for their input on that?
Sure.
Sarah, can you chime in on that one for me, please?
I can also redirect that one to Mr. Cedillo too.
Mr. Chair and Commission, I did send out a lot of the requirements or some of the comments that were provided during the work session. This did come up. This did go to the traffic engineer and provided comments. The response that was provided to staff is, we do that in our current code. We do it in the proposed code, and it's in the actual technical manual. So this wouldn't be an amendment that would be harmful to staff if we add that as number 7. So we are currently doing it, and it's also addressed within the technical manual.
One concern with TIAs and allowing everyone to, allowing an additional person on staff to require a TIA will, having past experiences, they will request a TIA every single time just because the book says I can ask for one. What that does is, depending on the TIAs and depending on what type of a TIA they request, it can go up to somewhere around $50,000. So you're sometimes going to add an additional $50,000 or whatever the other ones are to a project that might not need it, other than it's one person's opinion. And so you can have a staff member that has never asked for a TIA, and then you have turnover, and that new engineer is going to be asking for it every single time. And so you're kind of stuck with it. I think TIAs are good, in general, but I don't like the cost associated with it that it will do to some developments. That's my main concern.
Mr. Chair, if I could, please. Mr. Chair, Commissioner Thurston, thank you for the question. And yes, part of the process that we went through, realize, was so that the questions wouldn't be so broad coming from development for TIAs. So what we've proposed is to give guidance on when and at what level of the TIAs are going to be required through this process. Those will be also included in the technical manual. So it's not going to be an arbitrary somebody's decision to say, okay, we've changed, now this person wants this. We're actually given guidance on specific items on how those TIAs will be addressed and at what level.
Is there any reason that we need to have the engineer to be the one that needs to request that, or are we still okay with just the current ones that are allowed to ask for that right now? Do we need the additional engineer?
As far as the recommendation that I was throwing out there?
Yes.
So I'm not recommending an additional person. My suggestion is just we make explicit that safety concerns can be a reason that the Public Works Director can request a TIA if one isn't already being required. So this section is all special circumstances. So it's just making it explicit that safety concerns is a legitimate reason why the Public Works Director can exercise discretion.
Mr. Chair, point of clarification. So the way the code is being proposed will say the department director or their designee. We've removed all traffic engineering or traffic engineer position from there for that reason.
Is this one adding it back in?
To my knowledge, I don't believe it should be.
No, because it's at the very beginning of the section, it says that the Public Works Director, if they determine that one or more of the following conditions exist, so they're already given the discretion. I'm just saying that safety is a legitimate reason why they could request it.
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Thurston, just to clarify, so this is just going to add in that basically there are 6 items listed. We're going to be adding a number 7, and it's just going to have this provision added to it. It's something we're already doing now as a city, and it's just clarifying that it'll be one of those special circumstances to look at whenever development comes in.
Okay, let me see if I can clarify what I'm trying to. I'm okay with the safety side of it. I'm okay with where it says, or the cyclists. But when it says add the city engineer, that's just adding his ability. Does you see what I'm saying? So
Yeah, I see what you're saying,
I'm
and
okay
that's
with
my
you.
bad. We can just scratch that and say the Public Works Director, so it's consistent.
Okay, I'm okay with that.
All right, we'll make that change. And then the final one on this section for me is on page 330. So this is section 5-2L number 1. And this may not be the final official verbiage, but what I'm trying to communicate here is recommend that placement of traffic signals or other control devices shall not be predetermined based on rigid and inflexible design standards prior to the preparation of, in this case, I don't know if TIA is relevant here, but basically the idea being that we should look at a multitude of factors in how we place our traffic signals or our traffic control devices, and that would include the desired roadway speed. It would address the question of can bicyclists and pedestrians safely cross existing uncontrolled crossings, or is additional traffic control necessary? Does the design provide accessibility to all users, particularly people with disabilities, pedestrians and cyclists of all ages and abilities? And signal timing and analysis shall consider timing delays to cyclists and pedestrians. In other words, this idea that, you know, we're trying to access, say, the Trevese Trail across Trevese, but there is no way within a half mile or further, in many cases, a controlled intersection in which you can safely get across to the trail. So the idea being that, hey, perhaps there are serious safety considerations and accessibility considerations that would dictate us putting in some sort of controlled traffic signal rather than saying, hey, we can't have two signals that are within a quarter mile of each other. This is saying that the safety concerns would kind of trump that standard. It gives us a little bit more flexibility because I think right now when you have conversations, at least in my experience, it's, well, we can't do a traffic signal because there's not enough car traffic traveling at certain hours of the day at certain velocities. That's the reason we can't have a safe crossing for pedestrians. So it's just adding additional flexibility, allowing some discretion, and really making sure that we have safe infrastructure for all users. So the wording that I proposed here, I don't mean to think is the final, but the idea is we need to have some flexibility built in here.
And this idea is based on similar to what you would see on University. Yeah, where you have the pedestrian
even,
crossing.
Absolutely, and even more so. And you know, maybe there should be multiple of those crosswalks along University as opposed to just the one, right? Yeah, yeah. So those are all the comments or the recommendations I have for section 5.2. It sounded like we're all in alignment there, so we can kind of group all those unless someone has serious reservations about any of them. All right, Commissioner Thurston, you look like you're about to say something, but.
My only thoughts are any of these suggestions going to create extra cost? And I'm trying to see, ultimately, I just don't want us to keep raising costs because we have new designs. I like the new designs, but I am nervous on a little bit of the cost. But
I believe in the research I've done, the cost is negligible. I would also pose out there is the negligible cost to improve safety pretty dramatically worth it for all residents of the city? And my answer is yes. All right, so we'll go ahead and for the moment we'll group numbers 1 through 10. So we'll set those aside, and then we can move.
I have
Yes.
one. I have one on your number 8.
Okay.
So this is more just having in the last 2 months I've read through the NACTO book, and the suggestions inside the NACTO book are not like I went in there because I was trying to find a new roadway section that I could use for a new development I'm trying to do. And there was no right-of-ways suggestions in there. And because I was trying to find a different way to do some development, and I was able to find suggestions, but there was no defined actual roads. And I don't know if staff has seen the same thing, because I thought, okay, I'm going to buy this NACTO book. There's 3 of them. And I was like, okay, I'm going to read this, and I got great suggestions. And when I went through there, I came back to staff and I said, hey, how do I figure out what the new right-of-way is? And then the engineers that I was using, we couldn't find anything either. So I don't know if it's necessarily an alarm to bring up, but it's just to let you know, the NACTO actually doesn't have like right-of-way sections in there that we're going to be using. Unless someone else knows how to read that book better than I do, which I don't doubt.
I think the right-of-ways are what they are. They're the proposed right-of-way, those cross-sections. The NACTO is just telling you how to engineer each component of that in a way that is going to accommodate multimodal transportation and improve safety.
Yeah, there was plenty of suggestions in NACTO how to do it. I just could not find actual dimensions. So there was turning lanes, bike lanes, other things like that was showing you how to do it in theory, but then the actual dimensions were not existing. That's my only feedback on that. Not a positive, not a negative, just a feedback.
All right, so we're still good with grouping all of those. Okay. So we can move on to 5-3. Section 5-3. This is drainage and flood control. Starting on page 342. As we go through, I don't have any comments or any amendments for this section. So if nobody else does, we can keep pushing forward. All right. Going on to 5-4. This is low impact development and green infrastructure. Beginning on page 363. I'll just throw out my only recommendation is in the purpose section, just to remove the final sentence under A2. It currently reads, LID is most appropriate for larger greenfield developments where there's natural hydrological functions that can be protected or restored. My recommendation is to just scratch that because green infrastructure can be widely applied citywide and actually can provide some meaningful flood risk improvements to developed areas, because you can do things to rip out impervious surfaces, reduce your total runoff. So I think it's appropriate citywide, not just Greenfield. That's my only comment on this section. If we're in agreement with that, we can move along to section 5.5, parks, trails, and open space. So this is the parkland dedication.
My page is colorful. There's a couple of changes in here in the way we're going to be doing parks from the way that we're currently doing parks. And so there's some, in my opinion, there's some significant changes, and I don't know how to give a suggestion, but I do think that we should, I do have a couple that we need to talk about here. On, if you go to B, applicability, so we got it for single family and for multifamily. That's currently basically the same way that it is currently, if I understand that. But then all of a sudden we're adding that the change that's going to happen is for non-residential development. We're going to be, if I understand this correct, which I'm totally fine being wrong, I believe if a commercial development is larger than 5 acres, we're going to be requiring them to give us some type of a park fee, a park fee in lieu. So we're going to be, that's an additional, that's going to be additional money going to parks through commercial development. That's not, we don't currently have that in our code. The one negative and I want staff to be able to help clarify why this is a good thing, but normally a commercial development comes in after you have rooftops. And so in my opinion, a commercial development is not increasing the need for a park. It's normally residential that is increasing it. When you read in here, it goes to 3, if you go to 3A, mixed-use developments may propose parkland, trails, or open space dedication or a combination to satisfy the requirement of this section. So that's mixed use, but it does not exempt just regular commercial. So who sets that fee? What is that fee? Where does it come from? How does that move forward? What are we doing there?
Mr. Thurston, Commission, Steve Bingham, Parks and Recreation Director. I've looked at this and have conferred with staff, and our interpretation of this is this non-residential development is mixed-use development, where you have commercial mixed with residential, and the fees will be related to the residential units and the proportion that's residential, so it's in line with the other expectations.
I agree with that. We just need to have some wordsmithing that goes on that states that, if you guys are okay with that.
Yeah, we're good with that.
So is it really just, instead of number 3, non-residential development, it really should be mixed-use development? Is that what you're suggesting?
If that's what achieves it, then I'm not the English person. I will ruin this book if I'm the one to put wording to it. So it just needs to be tied to a residential component in order for us to need more parks, because parks, the parkland dedication and other things like that is off of the amount of people we have. So it's like, if you go down to C, parkland, there's a 3 acres times the number of dwelling of units times the person units divided by 1,000. And so when you put a commercial building, it doesn't have that component to it. So to make it short, if it's right mixed use and that solves it, great.
Yeah, we believe that we can make that adjustment. We'll put out some wordsmithing.
Okay, so the recommendation will be,
Mr. Chair, if I may.
yeah, go ahead.
Sarah, for the record, basically what we can do on number 3 is we would just modify that to remove non-residential development, and in place of that, put mixed-use developments. That's really what that should be interpreting.
Okay.
Yeah, and we still have to, that has to be one that's in our little amendments package, right? We need to spell that out.
So the wording would just reflect mixed-use developments, requirements of this section for open space. It's basically the remainder of that sentence is all we'd have to put into there.
Okay, so then if you go to exemptions. So if I do a mixed-use development under 5 acres, I don't have to give you park.
When I interpret that, it's saying single lot commercial development, so that's not necessarily mixed use to me. That would be commercial.
So you would need to strike that one out as well. Because this also applies to, the reason why I say it's not just mixed use, because when you read in here also in B2, property zoned industrial is not required. Projects with a master plan, aren't there, and then approved PUDs. So you almost need to just, you might need to just strike everything under B, exceptions, and then just put mixed-use development. We'll follow the same.
Yeah. We agree, and we'll get the wordsmithing.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
The next one that I have is going to be on your parkland dedication. I'm fine with the 3 acre, 3 acre per 1,000. However, in multiple situations, a 3 acre minimum is going to be very difficult to achieve. And I got to go back and see if Sarah had this in on the changes. I can't remember if we had that on the changes by staff. But there's multiple places where we need to be allowed to go smaller than 1 acre. For example, in redevelopment or downtown or other places where we don't have excess land, it's going to be very hard to conjure up 3 acres. So if we're trying to create more pedestrian-friendly, more healthier society, I know there's the studies that you talk about parks, that the more parks there are, the healthier the humans inside those cities. And so if I have to dedicate a 3 acre parcel downtown, it's going to be very hard to find that. So there needs to be some type of provision in there, whether we could put in there that says, the parks director will allow under 3 acre parks in certain situations, especially, redevelopment, other things like that would be good for us.
Steve Bingham, Parks and Recreation Director. We feel that your suggestion is in line and exactly kind of really what we spelled out here with this alternatives for the approval of Park and Recreation Director that can fall in within one of those categories.
Okay, so this wording that you have here, special park less than 3 acres, that will...
Yes.
That's the suggestion that we'll be putting on for City Council?
Yes.
Okay.
Kind of along those lines, and maybe it's captured here, I'm not sure, but I think maybe a blanket statement to the effect of in the urban place types, so our urban core, there's the ability to have a conversation and flexibility with the Parks and Rec director, mainly because I know that there's later on, there's a requirement, I thought it was still in here, maybe it got scratched, I'm not sure, but it was like 200, frontage of 200 feet, which maybe is not a lot, but when you're talking about redevelopment, maybe that is significant and prohibitive. So I'm just wondering if there could be, in addition to what's stated here, maybe just a broader statement of in the urban core, urban place type, we have flexibility across the standards so that we can meet in the middle.
Yeah, we'll add a bullet point that identifies urban core. Okay?
Thank you.
I got to go back to multifamily. So I don't know if this was the purpose of it, but the way I read this is that multifamily residential development, the requirement of this section for parkland and trail dedication shall apply to all developments resulting in the creation of new multifamily residential units. There, if I understand this right, which I might not, are we requiring that multifamily is going to dedicate public parks along with whatever amenity they're putting inside theirs? So if I come in with an apartment complex, you got 209 units, they normally will put their pool, they'll put their little exercise rooms, they'll put their little dog parks, and they'll have their own amenities. So the way I read this, though, is they're supposed to give up that 3-acre minimum for the public use as well. Am I interpreting this wrong?
No, you're correct. They do have to comply with the park dedication or the park impact fee. To give you some background that I think would be helpful, I had a request for a waiver of the park impact fee. And we looked at the on-site amenities and what they designated as their park amenities on site. And it came out to 53 square feet per person. We looked in the same subdivision in the neighborhood, and we looked on average, a typical home, single family in that area had 1,200 square feet with, so 2 to 2.5 people per person. You're looking at over 500 square feet per person in a single family home of space that would be in a yard. In these multifamily unit, with the proposal, it was 53. And so, though there's a requirement to have some recreational space on site, like you would on any given yard, that you need to recognize that typically the multifamily units still have less space per person, significantly less space per person. And so the park need is not lower, it's actually higher due to those doors.
Can I follow up on that thought? So in a scenario, let's say downtown apartment complex, multiple stories, let's say 200 units, odds are there's no space for a public park, right? So in that situation, you're likely going the in lieu fee route. Is there any Well, I guess it would be exactly the same as if you were doing a single-family subdivision. Your costs would be the same. Well, they would actually be higher probably because your total population at build-out would be potentially more than a few single-family houses. I guess my question is, has there been any analysis to kind of understand like the cost aspect of it? We saw this evening the cost implications for a developer. I'm just wondering, has the city also done that and compared different types of projects to see? Because the fear, I think, across the board, and I think it's with staff as well, is that we put in these requirements to try to increase our housing stock, to bring more and different kinds of housing online, but then we're inadvertently kind of undercutting ourselves because now that apartment complex, it went from a $1 million development price tag to 1.5, which that's obviously getting passed on to renters driving. So we're basically, canceling ourselves out.
It's hard to answer a hypothetical where I'm not sure that all the scenarios of the hypothetical are laid out. But the basis of what I understand is your concern is the requirement going to drive up the cost to the point that, you said 1 million to 1.5. No, it's not going to do anything like that. But let's take, for example, our current impact fee of $2,600. The home builders tonight made a presentation, and in that presentation, they identified an interest rate of 6.75%. $2,600 for an impact fee at 6.75 would add a total of $16.86 per month to a 30-year mortgage. And so what we're talking about here is less than that, because as far as the park dedication is for neighborhood parks, and neighborhood parks make up less than 40% of the total impact fee. So you're getting down around $8 or $9 a month. So does it increase the cost? Yes. But if you bring in that, you also need to bring in the scenario that this research shows, for example, that a neighborhood that lacks, in fact, I better pull it up. I don't want to misquote it. According to research, people living in areas with limited access to parks or green space have a 44% higher rate of diagnosed anxiety disorders compared to those living in areas of abundant green space. So 44% higher. Well, what is the national average for how many people are diagnosed with an anxiety disorder per 100 people? 19. So that would increase it by approximately 8 or 9 people. What's the cost per person for medical bills annually that's diagnosed with anxiety disorders? Currently, the research shows $1,657 per person annually. You divide that by 12 months, that's $133. So part of the debate has to do with making homes more affordable. And the question is, are these development costs that are going to drive up a monthly mortgage $9 or $10 a month worth the impact that it saves to the community as a whole? That 10% per 100 people, drop in there's 133. And so the debate can get very extensive. And so my answer to your question is yes, it's going to drive up costs, but it's going to drive it up in a very insignificant amount. When the average mortgage is what it is, I don't know that $9 or $10 per month per person, per home, not per person, per home, is what's going to drive our public health policy within our city. When we've got to look at the whole picture of, and that's just anxiety disorders. What about diabetes? What about cardio? Heart, the other type of health issues out there. And so this debate has housing on one side that is going to go up. But on the other side, you got people's health and welfare. It also has a reduction on crime. So
we can always spin it to our own side of things also. With that, we also have a high interest rate right now. So if I borrow money today, it's not 6.75 today. Today it's at 8. So I called the guy who does all of our loans, and today it's at 8. What's happening is any increase in cost causes a project to either pencil out and make financial sense, or you got to throw it in the trash. I personally have had to throw one in the trash just about 4 months ago. 209 unit apartment complex, and I did all engineering, did everything like that. Interest rates went from 3 up to 8. It doesn't pencil anymore. So any increase in cost is going to be significant to making, when our interest rate is high, we're talking giving people the open space, which I agree, I love parks. When I do development, I love parks. I put them in. But at the same time, I need people to be able to be housed, and I think a housing issue is more of a crisis right now than having extra parks. And so I love parks. I really do. So you can see any new developments that I always try to find a way to stack and pack and try to squeeze out another half acre here, squeeze another here for some open spaces. But people, even if it goes up $9, we're cutting, as the NAHB shows, we cut out another 89 families, or whatever the number was. If we had that slide, it cuts out families that are not in it. And so what's the negative impact of 9 families not being able to get into a house, or 9 families not being able to rent a house anymore? Rent went from $900, now what are we, around $1,400? And and if you go in some of the other apartments that have all the amenities, you're at $1,800, $2,100 that I'm seeing out there. So another $100 that comes out of a person's pocket because of having to give up more, it just hurts. And it hurts the families of Las Cruces that need more affordable. On the other hand, I agree, we need more parks. But we have other means that just passed. We have the tax that just passed that is supposed to go for some parks. So the increase in GRT, hopefully that should give us some more funds for the parks. And then with this requiring I just think it's requiring too much out of development. I think the 3 acres per 1,000 is okay, but we're just adding more onto that. You have your amenities in the multifamily, and then you're adding an additional requirement you got to give to the public. And I think currently the way that it's done is there's a reduction in a fee, but it's not requiring the developer to put in a public. So They put on all their facilities, and then I believe they can get up to a reduction of about 50%. So city parks still gets their, if it's what are we at, $2,600? So I think city parks will still get their $1,300 if there's a 50% reimbursement for parks. But the way that I see as a fundamental change is you're going to put a $2,600 fee onto every single door in an apartment complex instead of a fee of $1,300 per every single door. And it's just causing costs to go up. The big shift on this whole parks is it's no longer getting reimbursed. It's now just a requirement that you put all the parks in. So there's no more reimbursement. And now I've been in some meetings where they say that the fee should drop, but once again, we don't know until the study comes out. It could go up to $3,600. So we can be on that one for a while. I don't know how to actually move forward with this, but I have another one that I'd like to throw in the mix of this convoluted.
Can I just ask a question of staff? How do we reimburse the developer for their neighborhood park currently? Where does that money come from?
Yes, Stephen Bingham, Parks and Recreation Director. We are currently reimbursing developers for the neighborhood parks out of park impact fees. One of the challenges we're running into is that the vast majority of these reimbursements are taking between 70 and 100% of the park impact fee. And so Recon Hills had 221
lots in Rincon.
221 lots, and they were reimbursed $2,600 for all 221 lots. And so the result is there was zero impact fee left over for a community park, a specialty park, a dog park, a trail, recreation space, aquatic space, all other levels of service of recreation and park usage.
So was there consideration or thought in just raising the impact fee? I mean, why do this wholesale? My big question has always been why the change? Why the shift? I'm not opposed or for, I'm just trying to understand why we're moving to this new model.
Yes, there was consideration for raising the impact fee. But there's a theory that the whole basis of park dedication or impact fees is new development needs to build their system, their subdivision, their portion at an equal level of what the rest of the city has already built to, okay? And not require the rest of the citizens who's already paid their portion to now also pay an additional portion to subsidize new development. And you can do that through impact fees as a vehicle, or you can do that through park dedication as a vehicle. Or you can do it out both. But what you cannot do is take and have an impact fee that has neighborhood parks in it and also require the park dedication to have neighborhood parks in it. You have to put that level of service either here or you have to put it there. The benefit of taking that out of the park impact fee area is that it now puts it in the development and gets the park up front or earlier in the process instead of later in the process. The problem with having it later in the process is inflation lowers the buying value. You cannot charge an impact fee that exceeds, at the time of the charge, 100% cost of providing that. I can't go to 110% to offset for the inflation. And so by moving it up front, it's similar to the fire stations. you have an impact fee for public health or public safety. That money, a portion of it goes to build fire stations. But what they've taken out is the fire hydrants is the responsibility of the developer. And that's what we're doing here is we're saying we're taking the fire hydrant out of the impact fee and putting it over in the development pile. And so the neighborhood parks are going from the impact fee and they're being moved over to this side. It's only being charged once, but instead of coming out here, it's coming out on the development side like a fire hydrant.
Thank you. I think that's actually the best explanation I've heard. And I've been asking that question, I think, a couple of times. So thank you. I appreciate that.
So can I clarify something on the reimbursements? So reimbursements can go up to, currently they can go up to 100%. Rincon Hills was a special, I wouldn't necessarily call it special. We got 100% of the money back on that one, but not of the 100% of the money that we had put in. So we as a developer still put additional money into that park. If I use the calculation of 221 houses and I put this park acreage in here, so I do 3 acres, I times that by the number of dwelling units, 221, and then I times it by the person per unit, which I believe is the 2.44, is the calculation per house is 2.44, so I'd go 3 times that by 221, and I times that by 2.44, and then I would divide it by the 1,000. So for my development right there in Rincon Hills, I would be required to put a 1.61 acre park in there. There were other agreements in that there was open space in other areas that we had, that were just on the cliff, not usable open space. It was just designated open space in the past. And so what ended up happening is we moved that open space to the park space. So that park ended up turning into, instead of the required 1.6 acres, it actually turned into a 3.6 acre park. And so in a normal development that and for 40 acres and I put 1.6, I believe that the required reimbursement would be closer to that 50% range that the home builders has put out there. So if I was to be reimbursed only the 50% and I put a 1.6 acre, I believe as a developer, we could probably cover the fees of that park and still have your reimbursement, and that would still then leave the city the $1,300 for the community parks and other things like that. Mine was just a special case to where the level of service that you receive in Rincon Hills far exceeds the standard in Las Cruces. And so it's per acreage, it was higher, and thus the amount received back was higher. And if you look in the surrounding areas, the neighbors, there's not a single park on some of the adjacent ones there. And so the neighbors, I was not able to receive some of the park impact fees that had been collected by the surrounding areas that do not have a park, and it was not able to go to the reimbursement of that. So had that actually been able to receive some of that, you could probably find out that that price could have probably came back down to a 50% if you were going to collect from all of the other neighbors that do use that park. So we do have an issue here in Cruces that using a fee in lieu has been used multiple times in the past, and it has resulted in parks not being built. And so you could find throughout the city of Las Cruces, we don't have enough parks, and that is true. But the fee in lieu also was not used in the past by parks to facilitate the amount of parks that we have needed. So we have a 20-year problem that we have not kept up with the demand of parks, even though they have received the fee in lieu. So you dive deep into this, and it gets very complicated. But I believe that the best solution on this is still to let the developer receive a reimbursement and only go up to that 50%. That way it does allow the housing to stay at a affordable rate, and we're not gonna see the increase on the land side and then having to take it to the next level, but it still allows parks to have enough funds for the other community parks that is needed.
Stephen Bain, Parks and Rec Director. I think it's very fair that we point out that the reason that you did get 100% was there was an anticipation of some, like he mentioned, other homes that would be coming into that. But I think I need to speak clear is that the neighborhood portion and is taking up a much higher percentage of what they should be based on their percentage of the level of service.
So the in lieu fee that's currently being evaluated, and that timeline is sometime next year supposedly after the adoption of this in February. Is that correct?
So there is an impact study that is going to come forward, and the fee in lieu will also be something that's coming forward, but it would be based on the portion of the neighborhood park. And so say the new fee is just $3,000. If neighborhood parks take up 40% of that, then 40% would be pulled out and not charged and be left to development. And so whatever the impact fee would be and what percentage of the service it encompasses.
Okay, so I guess my question was really, would there be an opportunity when that part is figured out to revisit this chapter and just confirm that everything shakes out the way that we would like to see it shake out? Because to me, it seems like there's no reason to throw the rest of this thing out just because of this one section that we maybe are a little stuck on, because we don't know that other part of the puzzle. So it just seems to me, at this point, we can put forward some recommendations as based on what we're seeing now, with maybe some sort of acknowledgement from staff that when that other part is completed next year, we can come back and just confirm that what we're doing is making sense. Not to suggest that we're going to make changes, but at least have another opportunity to have the conversations. I feel like we can keep talking about this for the next hour. In fact, we did back in October.
Yeah.
And I think there's so much good stuff that's in this. I'd hate for us to put it all on pause just because we can't quite get to the park piece, because we're still waiting on that other piece, which I think is completely fair. Like I think there are some stakeholders who would like to see what that number is before they sort of throw their support or not support behind these changes, because it is a shift from what we've been doing.
So, I imagine city council can go forward in however they as elected officials choose to move forward. The thing I think that's important to recognize is that the neighborhood portion is knowledgeably less than 40%, at least less than 40% of the whole pie. The other thing is that city council could choose to adopt this park dedication requirement, and then they could go to impact fees and say, we're not going to require any impact fees. So they could go to zero there, and you would end up lower. Or they could say, no, development needs to pay its fair share. And so I think by adopting this, this doesn't pigeonhole anything into guaranteeing an increased overall cost. Just this portion by itself is not going to be more than the current impact fee.
Thank you.
There's one more change to the process in which we're doing things that I wanted to bring up, and that is an I, alternative to parkland dedication. What that does is it creates a new fund that we currently don't have. I'm not saying this is a positive, I'm not saying this is a negative. This is just a change. A fundamental change is that what would happen is the fee in lieu, a fee set by the city council based on the market value of required acreage. So they got to come up with one, but then it's going to be in DI, it's going to be called Park Fund. So we're going to create a new fund that is going to be outside of PIF funds. And so what that ends up doing is just my understanding of it could be this. So PIF funds have a lot of restrictions onto them, allowing you to do certain things. You can't raise the level of service of the area. You can't improve certain things. There's a lot of other rules, and I think, Steve, you could probably go on and explain to us also what the PIF funds are. But this one, the park fund, let me see if I just understand it in theory. The park fund would be set aside in a different manner that we would be collecting for fees in lieu. And that could be used for, well, first it says in here that solely purpose of purchasing or improving land or public park and recreation uses. That's in D2, but then in B it says that the contributing fees for the purpose of land acquisition. So it's kind of contradicting a little bit. One says you can buy it you can use it for land acquisition, or you go down to 2, it says you can use it for purchasing or improving land for public park and recreational uses. So it would be another avenue for the parks, not saying it's a good thing, not saying it's a bad thing, but it could give them extra funds that's not tied to PIF that would allow them to come in and increase the level of service on certain parks. I believe that is if Steve, if you could clarify some of the things that's going on with the extra park fund.
So our interpretation of this is in line with the interpretation that it would be a separate fund accounted separately from park impact fees. Our interpretation is that the fees in lieu that would be given in lieu of a neighborhood park would need to be used for a neighborhood park. If the fee in lieu is to pay because you didn't put in a neighborhood park, then that fund needs to be used in that manner.
So would you be able to use these funds differently than you use PIF funds?
I don't believe so. I would need to check with legal counsel, but to me, it would need to be for a neighborhood park. And so, for example, yeah, it says solely for the purpose of purchasing and or improving land for public park and recreational uses. And so I would say again that fee in lieu for neighborhood parks needs to stay in fee in lieu for neighborhood parks.
But it wouldn't have to be used for neighborhood parks, right? The intent, I get it. The intent would be to use it for neighborhood parks, but technically the way it's written, I don't have to use it for neighborhood parks. I'm just putting myself, if I'm the park director, I like the way that it's written because I can use it for other needs that I need throughout the city. So, I mean, if there's two sides of it, right? The one side is some of the areas that have no parks whatsoever, you could possibly use this to purchase land and put a park in. So in other districts, you could use that. And I mean, that could be a positive for the city of Las Cruces. I'm just throwing out, there's different ways of seeing this than just saying, well, I collected it from this area, now I have to put it back into that area. It's not written out that way. Fundamentally, it's not written that way. So technically, depending on who is in charge at the time, they can interpret this multiple different ways. So if Steve right now interprets it as using it for neighborhood parks, then we're going to receive neighborhood parks. But when we receive a new parks director and they want to use it for other items, they can use it for other items. That's just good or for bad. You know, that's just the way I understand it.
But wouldn't, my understanding of in lieu fees is that, well, I think we all would probably, well, not all of us, but some of us would prefer that the in lieu fee is kind of your last resort. You've got a site, you just can't get the required acreage because of an arroyo, a steep slope, you're downtown, whatever it may be. You don't just get to say, oh, I don't have to pay my fair share. I don't have to build a park. The in lieu fee is your avenue for which you're still responsible for your part of the pie. I would think that having the flexibility is a good thing in this fund, because let's take downtown as an example. You're going to be hard pressed to find a parcel that the city can buy to build a neighborhood park. It's possible, but it's going to be a lot harder than if you're out in Sonoma Ranch, West Mesa, East Mesa, right? Where you have undeveloped tracts of land that you might be able to scoop up. So I would think that flexibility is exactly what we want, because then the city has the abilities. Maybe they can't get the land on the north side of Spruce, but there's a parcel on the south side of Spruce.
Maybe you get able to add some parkland to a community park that's in the neighborhood that can also serve as a neighborhood park. Certainly, it could give you that flexibility.
The only thing I'm going to rebuttal on the thought of when the fee in lieu will be used, with the current way that it is written, I believe we're going to be using that fee in lieu a lot more than we currently are. Let me explain why I believe that. I am supposed to give a 3-acre minimum, and that's the standard, unless I receive some specialty use, right? Some special by the parks director that allows me to go smaller. So in order to use the full 3-acre park that parks would want, I need to have roughly, well, I guess we could probably do the math, but I'm going to just say it's roughly 60, I think it was like 60, 68 acres is when I would finally have enough people to match this number. So of the 1,000, you have to have 1,000 people equals the 300, equals the 3-acre park. So in order to get that calculation, it's probably around 60 acres, I think, is what you're going to get. So if I don't have 60 acres to develop, and I'm not going to be able to get a waiver, I'm probably going to have to pay a fee in lieu. So everything basically under a 60-acre, I'm going to be paying a fee in lieu. If I have a 10-acre parcel or a 20-acre parcel, and I can put a 1-acre park in there, well, that suffices as long as if I do my calculations right. So if I got my, let me just switch back to this page real quick, and let's just go off of a 20-acre parcel. So
real quick though, we have this suggestion that staff has already come back and said that there's flexibility in what you're able to provide. So it seems like there's the outlets where they need to be. maybe I'm wrong. I mean, time will tell, certainly, but to me, it seems like the reaction isn't just going to be the in lieu fee, because it specifically says that if suitable land for park dedication is not available, you can't just say, oh, I'm not going to develop it. Like, you've got to provide some justification, I would think, and there's this avenue that you can work with Parks and Rec to say, hey, I can't get you 3, but I can give you some pretty cool 2.5. So, I mean, it just seems like we can go round and round here, but I think there's avenues here at this stage to quell some concerns.
Having gone round and round with parks on developments, it's not as easy as it's written here. So you do go round and round, and that's why the 3 acre, as a 3 acre should be the goal, but it's not always what's actual gonna be out there. And the way it's written right now is more of 3 acres is what you have to do. And if you can't do that, then we gotta go through a whole different alternative route. And I've done my fair share of conversing with parks and making your deal with them, right? And I'm just saying on my side, it's a lot easier to and smoother for us to have it worked out instead of as a deal that me and Steve have to come up with again, or me and someone else in the parks, right? It makes it a little bit easier. That's my only suggestions, is having done it, it would be nice to have that acreage, or have it written in here, if you have something under 60 acres, you're allowed to do under the 3 acres. But if you have 60 acres or more, you're gonna give me the 3 acres, right? If there was some type of wording in there that allowed your development to do it, because there's a difference really when you come in and master plan 100 acres. Like, okay, I'm master planning 100 acres, great, fine. Steve, tell me I gotta give you 3 acres, fine, I'll give it to you, right? Like, I can move it, the percentage of land that is needed when I have 100 acres versus the percentage of land when you shrink it is just different. So if there was wording in here that basically says, if you have, some exemptions, an exemption to 3 acres is, you're developing under 60 acres, you can use this exemption without having to have a park agreement, without having to go toe-to-toe and cross your fingers you're a better negotiator than the next developer, right? Like, that's my only issue with it. That would be my suggestion, actually, is we put some type of wording in there that allows that, if parks would be okay with something like that.
I think we have the wording in there already that gives us flexibility, and you're well over 600 homes before you get to be required to be 3, before you'd have enough homes that would come out to 3 acres. And so we're going to have to work together as we develop the city to identify park spaces, and the fee in lieu is going to be a tool to help make developers whole who come in with parcels smaller that will need to have a park. So there's pros and cons of adding more language. We feel like we're in a spot where there's, the appropriate amount of flexibility.
So you're welcome to throw out a recommendation, and we can collectively agree, or we can take a vote on it, up to you. I did have one, it's relatively minor recommendation. This is on page 368, G2. This is basically, it's the land dedicated for open space for unimproved parkland or trails must be preserved in its pre-development state. My only recommendation would be that we allow like a restoration project to be acceptable, pending that the developer goes through with the restoration, but that would just be something that I would recommend. So not only current state habitat, good, great, but hey, I've got this somewhat degraded and we're willing to improve it.
Steve Bain, Parks and Recreation Director. I think that's a great suggestion and would be supportive of an add with an approved restoration plan.
Those are all my comments on the park section. So if anyone has any recommendations on this that they want to put out there, go for it.
Were you thinking of holding the entire chapter 5 or just 5.5?
For now, just 5.5, and then we'll move on to the next section.
So 5.5, pardon me, Mr. Chair. 5.5 would include revisiting the park session and holding that PIF for the neighborhood park until mid of 2025. Is that part of that section? Because I feel strongly about not moving forward with that until we actually have, like you mentioned before, I don't want to reiterate everything that you said, but I think that is something we really need to consider and not move forward on something that we don't have that other side of the puzzle. And I think Home Builders brought that good, valid point.
So you would like to put a recommendation out there that we not proceed with section 5.5 until the park impact fee process is completed.
At least table it up to this point, yes.
And I think we should further that by saying, give the city council two options, that we recommend that we table 5.5 because we need more information to determine what we want to get for both parties. But also add another condition there, if the city council wants to move forward with the entire thing so that they don't have to look back at it, that our recommendation as by the home builders and Commissioner Thurston, that 50% is the reimbursable versus none.
I feel very strongly we own that to our community of Las Cruces.
Okay, so I'm just making sure I've got this straight. So recommend section 5.5 is tabled until after the park impact fee is completed. And then another condition that's recommend city council, if they choose to proceed, that 50% of the park impact fee would be waived with the dedication of a neighborhood park. Correct? It's up to you, your condition. Which do you want? Would be reimbursed. Okay. Up to 50%, okay. Why don't we just get this out of the way? Why don't we do a vote on both of those? Because it seems like, unless I'm wrong, there's some not a unanimous decision there. For those two conditions. I personally would like to take a vote on that.
I'm good with that.
So we'll do one at a time. I don't know, do we need to do motions in a second? Okay. So the first one will be a recommendation that section 5-5 is tabled until after the park impact fee update is completed. Need a motion in a second.
I'll make a motion
as presented.
A second.
So this is related to the first condition. Commissioner Thurston,
Yes.
Commissioner Smith,
Yes.
Commissioner Porter,
Yes.
Commissioner Acosta,
Yes.
Commissioner Murray,
Yes.
and Chair.
No. So that passed, so it will carry forward. Now we'll do the second recommendation, which is recommend that if city council, or recommend city council if they choose to proceed with section 5-5, that 50% of the park impact fee would be used for reimbursement of a neighborhood park up to 50%. Am I saying that correctly?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So I need a motion and a second.
I make a motion to vote on that if city council wants to proceed forward with section 5.5, that they recommend, or that we recommend that a park fee is reimbursable of 50% of the neighborhood park.
Second.
So this is for the second condition. Commissioner Thurston,
Yes.
Commissioner Smith,
Yes.
Commissioner Porter,
Yes.
Commissioner Acosta,
Yes.
Commissioner Murray,
Yes.
and Chair.
Yes. Okay, so those two will move forward. So we can now move on to section 5-6, tree preservation.
Can staff show us what was changed on that? I think we had some changes to that one already, right?
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Thurston, the only change that we modified within there was that the 2 inches was going to a 6-inch diameter.
Okay.
Any other comments on tree preservation?
I personally think we don't need the 5-6, really. We don't have it now. I don't see, we don't have what's the saying, if it's not broke, don't fix it. We don't really have a problem with it now. We're just adding another layer of red tape for us to have to go through. That's just my opinion. So I don't think we don't have trees growing here very often that are native, so it's more of just a man-made tree that we're kind of planting ourselves. I mean, very rarely do we have some spot zones that are next to the river that kind of have native trees that grow. Other than that, like every tree you're probably going to see in the city of Las Cruces has been planted by a man or a woman, or by nature falling down, and planting a seed, but it's not from native. So I just think it's not needed, but that's it.
Okay. Any other thoughts or comments on tree preservation? Commissioner Smith?
Well, I mean, as far as the purpose, they're really talking about protecting trees that are current. I mean, there is a need for trees. There's a need for shade. We know that it provides oxygen, and also it's also helps as far as the health of our population. So the way this is addressed, it's really just looking at protecting and preserving trees that are already in place. So it doesn't really address planting more trees, providing more green, because we do live in an environment that can sustain types of trees that are native and used to be native to this area before they're all removed. So my only reason for making this comment is that I don't know if we need to completely eliminate this section, but I think we need to possibly address it from a planting of trees as opposed to just preservation. I have no idea how we would approach it, but it's just, from what I've read here.
I think that's a perfect segue into the next section, which is landscaping.
Yeah. I think we can leave it in there. If it's left in there, the only one I would have is on E, where a tree must submit a tree mitigation plan. So we just got to figure out what a tree mitigation plan is. But I agree with you, keeping trees in Las Cruces is good. I just didn't think we had a problem with, I don't see people going out and cutting trees down left and right. So I didn't see that this is really going to change much how we do something. With a tree mitigation, what it's going to do is having tree preservation, this is where I'm coming from, is that someone has a tree in their front yard, they're not going to go and call the city, can I cut my tree down? They're just going to cut their tree down. But now it's going to be against the law to cut your tree down. But it's still going to happen anyways. So I'm fine if you just want to leave it in there. I just figure out what is a tree mitigation plan.
Another thing that confused me also, you talked about protected trees. Who would determine and establish which trees are protected and which trees are not? Is it based on, a current list of trees that should be protected? We're not talking about wildlife here, and that's protected. And we're talking about trees. So in my time, especially as a park ranger and a wilderness ranger, I know all about protected animals, but as far as what protected trees we have in Las Cruces, I'm just not aware of.
Steve Bam, Parks and Recreation Director. I would advocate that you keep the protected trees in there because it's now an effort on the conservation side, not just on the planting side. And as it says, there's plenty of reasons why you can get and cut down a tree that's over 6 inches. What we're asking is if you're going to do so, that you come forward with a proposal that identifies how you're going to offset that. So if the tree is diseased or dead, you cut it down and there's no need for mitigation. But if it's a perfectly healthy tree and you feel that there's a need to remove it, so you bring forward and propose 3 or 4 additional tree be planted in the community to offset that long term.
So the definition of a protected tree, is it based on the health of the tree?
Yeah, it would be 6 inches or larger, and the tree is not dead or diseased and does not create a safety hazard. If it creates a safety hazard, is dead, or is diseased, then it's not protected.
And same if it's a noxious species as defined by the state.
All right, thank you.
One additional question. If we require a tree removal permit, there's a fee for that permit?
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Acosta, right now there's no fee assessed to that. If we do move forward with this and it is recommended approval by council, then we would come forward with the fees that would be associated with those permits.
All right, Moving on to landscaping, this is section 5-7. Commissioner Smith, this would kind of address your initial thought of planting trees, so this would have those requirements built into it. Any immediate questions, issues with this section? All right, we can move on to section 5-8. This is on fencing, screening, and buffering. I had one that I think is fairly minor, so this is on page 382. This is under the required buffer yards. My recommendation is to eliminate the buffer requirements between the residential and commercial zones within the urban place type and the mixed use in town center. So right now, if you look, there's a requirement to have an additional buffer from NH3 against the NH1 and a CR against the NH1 and an NH2. And I'm just thinking we already have setbacks, so I'm not sure why we would add an additional design requirement to have more spacing, especially in the urban core where things are naturally going to be closer together. I think the side setbacks, the rear setbacks are going to take care of that buffer. I don't see any reason to have additional buffers. So that's my only comment on this section.
I'm good with your,
Okay.
I'm good with
Wasn't sure if you were gonna say anything. Okay, any other thoughts on section 5-8? All right, moving on to 5-9. This is the outdoor lighting section.
I agree with your recommendation and based on the public comment.
Sounds good. Any other thoughts on lighting?
Is there a way that we can still achieve the same lighting quality, but being able to use different fixtures that still meet the requirements? So there's a random thing that happens in this is there's a specific light. Now we've dealt with us on commercial, and other builders who actually do commercial can explain to you the little bit difference. So there's a specific light that's called out in the manual that you have to use, and you have the specifications. Well, that light could be, say, $300, and that's the approved light. But then you can find the same light for $50 that has the same thing, but it does not have the Light Sky Ordinance stamp on it, but it has the same outcome. Does that make sense? And so I know some builders have, and I have not had to deal with it, but I know some builders have brought that up in the past of like, hey, this is a $300 fixture but I could buy this one for $50 and it's the exact same thing. I'm still complying with the Night Sky Ordinance, but it doesn't have the stamp of it on it. And I think, I don't know, I could ask staff if you guys have dealt with that in the past, and what have you done on the night sky have you dealt with a similar instance?
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Thurston, right now, we don't actually have a night sky ordinance. We do not have one adopted through the city. Our outdoor lighting is just going to provide basically a fully shielded light capacity to where it is no longer reflecting along property lines or adjacent properties. You're going to just be shielding it to the ground. And so those lumens or those specifications are going to be based on essentially what your outscape is. And so it's just to protect neighbors from not having that light pollution going into their neighboring properties. That's really what we have right now. The recommendation that was provided this evening and then at the work session the last time was to look at the city of Albuquerque and see what, what we could possibly use from that. Staff has not been able to look at that or implement those things through this. We do have the outdoor lighting that has been updated that is a little bit more restricted than what a dark sky would be. But it is a recommendation that P&Z can make to City Council.
I'm fine in theory with it. I just know that these are some of the weird little things that'll hit us as a builder or development that it can cause some extra cost for no reason, even though I can get the same thing. That's my only concern with it. But as far as buying the right fixture and things like that, if it makes people happier that it's a darker sky, that's great.
Yeah, and I think the recommendation is just to give staff more time to evaluate Albuquerque in the dark sky ordinance. I don't know if it has that, you have to have that stamp on that fixture to be compliant, but I think it's just recognizing it's late in the game, but not dismissing the feedback outright. So just giving staff some additional time and hopefully they less work because it's possibly already written for them up in Albuquerque. All right, so I think we're on our last section, which is section 5-10, signs. Just kidding, we have one more after this. But any issues with signs? All right, and then finally, everyone's favorite, which is, I believe, wireless communications towers. 511. Anybody? No? Everything good? All right. So just to recap, on section or chapter 5, on the proposed amendments, we have a total of 18. So we have the 14 that are listed on this page, and then we added 2 more that were related to section 5-5, changing the non-residential to mixed use, and then adding a statement about park flexibility standards in the urban core, and then the 2 that we voted on already. So we'll need to do a motion to approve amendments or recommendations 1 through 16.
I make a motion to approve, our recommendation to approve or moving forward 1 through 16.
I second.
Okay, so this is for the 16 amendments. Commissioner Thurston?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Commissioner Porter?
Yes.
Commissioner Acosta?
Yes.
Commissioner Murray?
Yes.
And Chair.
Yes. All right, now we need to do one final vote that captures everything that we already talked about this evening, so this should just be a simple, well, I don't know, whatever you decide, but looking for a motion to approve the ordinance as amended.
I make a motion to approve the ordinance as amended.
I second.
I second.
So this is to approve the ordinance as amended. Commissioner?
Point of order, do
Oh,
we need to
yes.
provide a reason in this vote?
No.
No.
Commissioner Thurston?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Commissioner Porter?
Yes.
Commissioner Acosta?
Yes.
Commissioner Murray?
Yes.
And Chair.
Yes. All right. So that concludes our one item this evening. Are there any announcements from staff?
There are no announcements from staff.
I make a motion to adjourn.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you all for
Thank
coming
you.
out. We'll
Thank
see
you,
you in
everybody.
December. Thank you so much.